Good evening. I'd like to call the May 8th, 2012 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with the roll call?
Yes, Mayor Coombs.
Present.
Council members Bagley.
Wouldn't miss it.
Finley. Here. Levison.
Here.
Samori.
Here.
Santos.
Here.
Witt.
Here.
Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. I'd like to point out that we've got a bunch of school kids from Sanborn Elementary School over here. I remember giving a lot of them presentations not too long ago, so welcome. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at the first public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their names on that list will have the opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening or at the final call public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. Next, we have the minutes from the April 24th, 2012 meeting. Are there any corrections to the minutes? May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Mayor, I would like to move approval of the minutes of April 24th, 2012 as written.
Second.
All right, let's vote.
Mayor, could you just read the results because it's not on the screen?
Okay, it's 7-0. Harold, are there any agenda items, revisions or submissions of documents?
Mayor Coombs, there are several actually.
Okay.
I have about 4 I need to cover with you. The first one is there's an addition to your consent agenda item. It's ordinance 2012-31 regarding special districts, and we'll add that as item 9M, and we'll read the full title of that when we get to that item.
Okay.
The second, you should have on your desk a letter from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board that goes with item 6C. It was emailed to you on Friday, but
Okay.
we've placed a copy at your desk. Also, there's a full red line version of ordinance 2012-25, which is the oil and gas regulations. That shows all the insertions and deletions. That was also emailed to you last week.
Yeah.
Just a second, sorry. Sandy's messing with my technology. Just a second. Apologize. And finally, the last is a revised agreement for item 9G regarding the Veterans Memorial. And that revised agreement includes an address change for the Military Order of Purple Heart, number 434, and it changes the height of the flagpole from 45 to 30. And we'll pull that and have a staff presentation on it as well.
All right, thank you. Is there a report from the city manager?
No, sir. No comments.
Next, we have a proclamation designating the month of May 2012 as Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, Colorado. I can invite Eric Hozempa. He's a recipient. Is Eric right here? I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. A proclamation designating the month of May 2012 as Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, Colorado, whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability, and whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds, and whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of heritage that has shaped us as people, and whereas discovered Americans' hidden gems is the theme of the Historic Preservation Month 2012, co-sponsored by the Longmont Historic Preservation Commission and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by virtue of authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 2012 as Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, and call upon the residents of our community to join their fellow citizens across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Thank you. Next, we have a presentation on the financial issues and budget update.
Mayor Coombs, member of City Council, I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance Support Services, and with me tonight is Teresa Malloy, the Budget Manager. Actually, we pre-recorded a presentation for you before last week's meeting on some budget policies as well as a financial update as of the year end for 2011, and wanted to put this on the agenda tonight just to give you an opportunity if there were any questions that you wanted to ask from that presentation. So we have no further presentation at this point in time.
Any questions? Councilmember Levison.
Not really a question, but I was appreciative of the having the opportunity to review the material as you were presenting it in video form. I thought that was a really great way to do it, except the only problem was I couldn't track what you were saying with the charts and graphs very well, but I think those were just supporting documentation, were they not?
That's correct. I think the charts and graphs we gave were a summary of the general fund results, and we really didn't include that as part of the presentation that we pre-recorded. So.
And at some point when we're doing the budget, it would be maybe helpful for council members that had not gone through the prioritization process to be able to note for us where things might be in the different quadrants of importance from the community. So that would just be a great reminder for me, but maybe also to connect other council members who hadn't been participating with knowing where that would influence our budget decisions. Thank you.
We'll do that.
Well, I don't see any further. So your video presentation must have done the job.
It must have. I'll stay up here for the next item, though.
Okay, so we have a presentation on the Roosevelt Apartment Development Proposal.
Okay, Mayor and Council, I'm going to introduce this item. Tonight on the consent agenda, item 9F is a development agreement between the City of Longmont and the Longmont Downtown Development Authority. And Burden Incorporated, I believe. And tonight we wanted to give you some information on that. Since that is on the consent agenda, we wanted to present the project to the council and the public tonight and have all three parties to the agreement participate in that presentation. So I'm going to begin with the presentation from the developer, Cotton Burden, and then we're going to have the LDDA Executive Director, Kimberly McKee, come in and give some information from the DDA's perspective. And then finally, David Stearns, our redevelopment manager for the city, is going to finish it up with the city's impact from this project. So with that, I'm going to introduce Cotton Burden.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. With me tonight are our architects, Alex Kaplan, Andy Rockmore, and also my son Keith, who is our project manager on this project. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. This project is many years in coming. We started acquiring the land for this project over 9 years ago. We bought the last piece just a couple of months ago. It includes 6 acquisitions of property, which created 1.7 acres of redevelopment possibility in downtown Longmont. And what does this do for us? What does it do for the city? It allows us to develop something which Longmont has yet to see, which is a true urban living environment. We are going to be building, with your assistance, 115 apartment units over about 10,000 square feet of retail space. And Andy Rockmore is going to get into that a little bit more later. But I want to tell you something about this property. I mean, I first thought of this property as a possibility for some redevelopment when I was building the Roosevelt Place office building. I'm standing on the 3rd floor of that building looking across to the north and at what was Riley's Bar, and at that time it had been out of business for some time. It was a defunct, deteriorating building, and decided that this was too nice a corner across from Roosevelt Park to leave as is, and that somebody needed to take responsibility and do something with it in the future. Well, that kind of started a ball rolling, where we bought a couple of more properties and then a couple of more properties, and one of which we bought was the gas station on the corner of Longs Peak and Main. That gas station was very dirty. We had some assistance from the Environmental Protection Agency in helping us to pull the cost in pulling those tanks, pulling up about, I think it was about 1,100 cubic yards of soil, and then some assistance from the state in doing the remediation. Or covering the cost of the remediation on that site. That site is now clean. We now have a letter of no further action from the state. So what has happened is a real evolution of what could be done with this property. As our acquisition became larger, the possibilities grew. And where we are at tonight is this awesome mixed-use opportunity, which will be the first mixed-use opportunity developed under your new mixed-use overlay zoning code. I have to say that the development cannot happen without the city's support and without the Downtown Development Authority's support. The problem is that Longmont is the most affordable city in Boulder County. However, the construction costs in Boulder County are the same pretty much across the board. Doesn't matter if you're constructing in Longmont or you're constructing in Boulder. The construction costs are the same. So what we needed to do was find a way to bridge the gap between construction costs and what rental rates we can get in the city of Longmont. That is why it's necessary for your participation. We've thought long and hard about what this should look like, and what I'm going to do, without me taking all the thunder, is let Andy talk more about it. Before I give it to Andy, though, I do want to thank the city staff and Kimberly McKee for all of their efforts in this. We would not be before you tonight with the development agreement, but for a cooperative relationship and really a public-private partnership that has been formed between us. Whether or not it's legal right now, it certainly is a handshake partnership. So you're not cutting me off, are you?
No. I hit the wrong buttons.
I need Andy to come up here and talk about the development. Let me just say a couple of quick things. The development provides this beautiful connection between downtown and our largest downtown park, Roosevelt Park. The views from this site, which overlook Roosevelt Park, will be absolutely phenomenal. This is market rate rental housing, so anybody can come here and live. And we'll have everything from 3-bedroom to 1-bedroom units. Adjacent to our site, right in the northeast corner of Roosevelt Park, is now an expanded park and ride, so we're really meeting some transportation needs as well. So with that, what I want to do is turn over to Andy and let him just explain to you a little bit about how we put the pieces to the buildings together. Thank you.
Thank you, Cotton. This view on your screen shows a little bit closer up one of the great challenges, but also the opportunities of this incredible site. We are not only anchoring Main Street on the north side, but addressing 3 different streets, 3 different contexts and directions. We have Main Street to the east, Longs Peak to the south, and Roosevelt Park and Kaufman Street On the west, as Cotton mentioned, we have 115 units in 4 stories and a ground floor of retail, both along Main Street and Long's Peak. We've used that just to address the existing context to anchor the building along Main Street with artist studios in similar size shops and pieces that you'll find at this part of Main Street, and then wrapped retail and restaurant along Long's Peak in order to activate that side, and provided a very ample sidewalk width to make a strong connection from Main Street to Roosevelt Park. And then along Kaufman Street, we've intentionally taken the retail away to provide units all the way down to grade with walk-up stoops to have that piece, that side, be more similarly handled to the rest of Kaufman Street. And you can see the large parking garage on the north. We've intentionally positioned it here to shield most of it in the middle of the project, but also to allow access vehicularly off of Main Street and additionally off of Kaufman to distribute the traffic. This is another view of just how the 3 upper floors are organized with a collection of 2-bedroom units on the corners, 1-bedrooms facing the private courtyard and the streets. Oh, that's trouble. Valerie? All right. And I'll lead you to my right. We spent a long time looking, as I mentioned, we addressed 3 different streets, but primarily the existing context along Main Street is vital that we fit in and contribute to the great history and the great architectural approaches up and down this street. Not only, as you can see on the left, the strong anchored masonry buildings with solid transparent bases and projecting cornice tops, but also in the lower left you can see the variety and the smaller scales along Main Street. And if you look, again, this is a view of the corner of Main and Longs, and one of the other advantages to putting the parking garage on the north is that it does allow us to step down from 4 stories to the 3-story parking garage. That's 3 levels of parking, but shown as 2 levels because the upper level is open to the air. So that allows us to step down to some of those smaller retail pieces. And then you can see on the corner the same architectural approach as the rest of the similarly sized buildings along Main Street. The strong cornice at the top, the featured corner, and the retail base with a lot of transparency and activity. Now, this is another view looking south along Main. You can see that we're breaking the building up with different materials to keep it the same general size of pieces that you'll also find up and down Main Street. It's a big building, but we're fragmenting it so that it fits in nicely with the rest of the context. And the parking on the right, and also you can see on the ground floor the large garage door openings that allow the artist studios to open up and be highly connected, very strongly connected to the street. This is a shot looking east, just to the south of the park. And here you can see that we're also stepping down as we turn the corner to the west with masonry that only goes to 3 stories. And again, changing the materials not only horizontally around the building, but also vertically. Another shot of Kaufman Street showing the difference when that retail stops on the corner and the residential units come down to the ground. We have stoops which enter those ground floor apartments, and then semi-enclosed decks at the top. These views, as Cotton mentioned, are incredible up at the top floor, and these semi-enclosed decks offer almost a penthouse feel up at the top. Here's another view showing both the ground floor entries, planter beds, a very highly articulated base, a middle which appear almost as townhomes on the brick portion, and then the semi-enclosed decks up at the top. And then lastly, another shot of the corner.
Quick
question.
Sure.
Articulated base.
Yes.
Tell me about that. What does that mean?
Okay, that's
You're
architecture
talking
speak. Yes, I apologize.
speak.
Articulated base. So instead of the building just coming down and meeting the ground flatly, it projects out into a planted area, both horizontally, so it comes out 6 feet and allows us to plant that base. And also vertically, we use the deck above the front door of that unit to almost like a canopy. So there's a lot going on at the base. How about that's a better way. Anything else? No. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Coombs and members of council, I'm Kimberly McKee from the Longmont Downtown Development Authority. You just heard about the Roosevelt Park Apartments project, and so I'm here to talk about why this project for downtown. Longmont Downtown Development Authority has a master plan that we've been operating off of since 1995. This project and what we're hoping to invest in it touches 15 of 29 of those goals, and I think that's a pretty impressive number wrapped up in one project. The investment also aligns with community-based plans that we are working off of, such as Focus on Longmont and the Longmont Arts and Entertainment District. Having a development such as this one has been extremely important and continues to be something that not only this DDA board, but the DDA boards of the past that have been working off this master plan have been trying to develop for our downtown. This investment is consistent with our 2005 debt authorization ballot initiative, which talked about a mixed-use development and parking structure as a priority for the downtown district. So some of the project positives, how I talked about it does align with those goals, is this is a catalyst for downtown Longmont. And you'll hear board members and folks in downtown talking a lot about a catalyst that has been a priority for more than 15 years. It'll bring more redevelopment into downtown. We already know of 2 projects that are under consideration since this has become public, and both of them have cited this as bringing energy to where they're looking to go. The public sector investment leverages more than $16 million in private sector dollars, and we're very glad to have those in our downtown. It provides new residential options into downtown Longmont. There's a new vibrancy and new housing objects, bringing market-rate luxury apartments for residents into downtown. It fills a void that we have right now in the rental market, that can't be duplicated. It's urban living in a downtown setting, and at this time when rental rates are less than 5%, increased rental units are critical. It brings what we call the young and the restless into downtown, possibly young professionals and empty nesters that really want to get out there and have that downtown feeling and downtown living. It adds vibrancy into downtown. It removes blighted conditions in a critical area. This corner that Cotton talked about is very critical to our downtown. It provides a much-needed gateway between downtown and Roosevelt Park, and I believe that we'll grab one of our best regional assets in downtown is Roosevelt Park, and I think we'll see a lot of increased traffic. It will extend our streetscape further north, bringing that downtown feel further from end to end. It'll bring increased gathering and entertainment spaces into downtown. One of the things that we didn't mention is on that Longs Peak side, there'll be a plaza-like atmosphere on the sidewalk. And one of the things that we struggle with is not having enough gathering spaces for the community. And this becomes a brand new gathering space on the north end of our downtown. It also brings a new construction project that was strategically designed to recognize and complement our historic nature, which is so valuable and important in our downtown. It'll provide increased economic activity in downtown Longmont. It'll serve as a catalyst to bring more business, and we are investing in an arts and entertainment incubation process. We recently became a Colorado Creative Industries Prospective District, and this incubation process will be very critical in bringing more artists and art-related businesses into other parts of our downtown after they graduate from their incubation. It'll bring a variety of shopping and dining options into the downtown district. I know that this council and council before you have talked about the void of commercial kitchens in downtown and how hard that is to retrofit in the buildings. This will be built with kitchens in mind and making sure it has all the rough ends for what we need. And it'll provide increased parking options in downtown Longmont. It brings public spaces, 74 to the north end of downtown and the bottom of the parking garage. It'll bring an additional 150 spaces to downtown for the residents to make sure that our parking isn't taxed even further. And it provides access to a parking structure without the DDA or the city having to have ongoing maintenance of this. We did say that we wanted to add about 400 spaces in downtown. We've added 179 throughout the district. We're adding a lot on the 200 block, and adding this, we've really got there. And instead of putting it in one structure in one place, we've really taken those parking spaces and put it throughout our entire district, benefiting everyone equally. So to talk a little bit about the DDA board and their investment, our facade improvement program, which is an existing grant program we have, allows for additional and extra work on the facade. As you can see, that facade has taken a lot of care and a lot of embellishments to make sure that it fits in with the downtown and it has the nature that we'd like. That can go up to $1,030,000, and we will see that money come back to us through the tax increment that the DDA receives. Our development incentive program, through the building of this project, the DDA for this program will get $387,449. We will grant this money back to the developer so they can add the streetscape that will be consistent to the streetscape that we have on Main Street and just extend that to the northern end. We will commit $2 million, $24,000 to the parking garage. We will have a lease back with the developer that we will get $876,000 of that back for the residential parking that will be above. And we will also lease out that space in the garage and some of the other retail space for 3 years for our arts and entertainment incubator, and that will be $90,720. So you will see it's about $3.5 million investment from the LDDA, and the direct revenue that we'll receive back is $1.9 million. I'm going to turn it over to David Stearns to talk about the city portion.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. I'm here to present a brief overview of the potential city participation for your consideration. Basically, it consists of 4 components. The first component is the park improvement fee. We are requesting that the construction cost portion of the city park improvement fee be waived. This is for all qualifying redevelopment projects. In the context of this project, a qualifying redevelopment project is a mixed-use project that is at least 1 acre in size within the boundaries of the LDDA, and that includes at least 50 residential units and 10,000 square feet of commercial, retail, restaurant, or office space. This would result in a park improvement fee to the developer of approximately $27,900. If the construction costs were not waived, the fee would be approximately $587,000. We will ask that City Council be asked to consider an ordinance at their next regular meeting to consider this proposal. The second piece is the public building fee. We're requesting that the public building fee be waived as the similar qualifications of the redevelopment project in downtown, and this figure equates to approximately $144,000. And as with the park improvement fee, City Council will be asked to consider an ordinance at the next regular meeting. Next slide. The third piece is the transportation community investment fee. Current municipal code allows for a rebate of this fee, which is approximately $79,900 for all infill projects that promote the long-range Longmont area comprehensive plans, goals, policies, and strategies, which this project does. The fourth piece is payment for certain public improvements. We are requesting that the city reimburse the developer for public improvements approved by the city and constructed in public rights-of-way, which includes streets, sidewalks, landscaping, lighting, and bike rack facilities, up to a maximum of $597,000. The source of funding will be the streets fund and the reserve for council for one time in the general fund, and this is for the lighting in the amount of approximately $50,000. So in summary, this city investment, in partnerships with the LDDA's investment, is for a significant one-time catalyst project that really could spur additional reinvestment in our downtown area and has the potential for associated spin-off economic and fiscal benefits to the city and the community at large. That concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions, as well as the developer and Kimberly McKee. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I don't see any questions. So, Councilmember Witt.
Is it a conflict of interest if I want one of those apartments? Not that I'm moving anytime soon.
Okay. Good job, David. All right, I guess we're at the first person on the list of public invited to be heard is Paul Tiger.
Greetings, Paul Tiger, 452 Dixon. So I'm not here with the crowd. I'm here on my own as usual. And I'm going to say something pretty special that I don't think anybody here has heard. Thank you. Traffic engineering staff has done a marvelous thing. The first thing that did was to put in traffic signs, speed limit signs all around the sugar plant where there was a speed trap being run, but not by our officers, by county officers. Two county deputies in particular were running a speed trap. I got caught there. I was speeding. But they did put in signs, and now anyone can tell that the speed limit around that area is 35 miles an hour. So let's keep it at 35 miles an hour and not drive too fast. The other thing is that while talking to Bob Ball, he told me about what's going to happen on 3rd Avenue near Alpine. And I want the 426 people who signed my petition to be happy that their voices were heard, and I think you guys had something to do with this as well, guys and gals, because the speed limit's going to be lowered. There's going to be some signage in there so people can tell that they're coming up onto an intersection there. And they're also going to put in one of those radar lit up things facing east so that people that are coming down the hill and just, boogieing into town will know how fast they're going, because the cops are going to know how fast you're going too. I think there's going to be some increased enforcement there. I thank you all for making this happen, and the 426 people who made it happen too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Mari Dembski, followed by Mike Piccoli.
Good evening. I'm here to just make some comments about your proposed oil and gas regulations. My name is Mari Dembski. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the COGCC, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Normally, Jake Matter would be here, but he has out-of-town family visiting this week. As most of you know, Mr. Matter has written a letter to Longmont about Longmont's proposed regulations, and I do not intend to get into the details of that or to any of the changes that you may have made since then. The letter speaks for itself. Suffice it to say, though, the state has significant concerns that Longmont is attempting to regulate technical areas of oil and gas operations that the state already comprehensively regulates. The state believes that if you do pass these ordinances, unavoidable operational conflicts will be the result. Rather than risk having these conflicts, we would instead prefer to work collaboratively with the City of Longmont to address your local concerns. I just wanted to highlight two recent examples of this kind of cooperation in other places of the state. The first is that last month, for the first time in history, the Commission delegated its inspection authority to Gunnison County to inspect oil and gas operations in that county. This delegation will allow county inspectors to enter lands where oil and gas operations are taking place and report any violations to the Commission for the appropriate hearings, enforcement, and fines. The second thing is the Commission is currently negotiating an intergovernmental agreement with El Paso County to require baseline water sampling on all of the wells drilled and hydraulically fractured in El Paso County. These agreements prove that the Commission is keenly aware of the local concerns and that our need to address them through cooperative measures. We hope these examples give Longmont some assurance it can work collectively with the COGCC to ensure development
in Longmont will occur in a responsible and environmentally responsible and sensitive manner. On behalf of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, I ask that the council consider rejecting the proposed ordinances as written and work through the already established Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission's local government designee program to address your very valid local concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Coley, followed by Terry Nelson.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Coley. I live at 420 North Parkside Drive and here in Longmont. And I'm very happy to live in this wonderful city. Everything from A to Z is managed very nicely here. And I feel confident that the city could use home rule to regulate oil and gas production. Many people here seem to be concerned with potential health impacts of the oil and gas fracturing. I took the liberty today to visit the headquarters of the Colorado Medical Society in Denver, and I'm in contact with the legal counsel and the public relations director, who represents 8,000 Colorado health professionals. I've asked her to look at the COGCC Form 35, the confidentiality agreement, and the COGCC Rule 205E, which describes the access to the chemical content of hydraulic fracturing fluid and the anti-disclosure rules. The COGCC rules allow a health professional to access, the chemical content of these fracturing fluids, but they have to sign confidentiality form 35, and basically what these rules say is that after treating this illness, there can be no public disclosure of what's going on, and some other person in the neighborhood might have the same medical problem, and there's really no warning really that something's going on that's unhealthy. So I hope to get a reply from these people, from the legal counsel, saying what their views are on the subject. And I think that this secrecy and lack of public, information, represents kind of blatant, obvious, outrageous misconduct on the part of our state government. Now, I've asked the next speaker, I've invited him here, and he's going to talk about some impacts of hydraulic fracturing that I don't believe any of you have ever heard or thought about. He's not here for his own financial gain. I asked him to come and share some technical information with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Terry Nelson, followed by Joel Champion.
Good evening. Very good to be here in front of you. I appreciate this council. I appreciate our new mayor. What's happening in this city is wonderful.
Could you please state your address first?
Terry Nelson, 1740 Clover Creek Drive.
Thank you.
The problems we have with these types of techniques, I am an environmental scientist, and the things that I'm seeing and what happened with Cheney's push to violate and exempt this whole operation from our Clean Air Act and our Clean Drinking Water Act, I found appalling. And already some states, I read an article recently about Ontario banning this activity. They were finding over 260 chemicals in their water. Some of these were carcinogens, some were neurotoxins. This proprietary formula that they use in fracturing, maybe some of it's an industrial secret that they don't want others to have, but it more looks like, to me, that they're hiding the nastiness that they're dumping in our ground. One of the things that bothers me most is that we can get government to to totally disregard what everyone else in this country wants and push through acts like this and exempt them from polluting our air and water. The one issue that I don't think anybody's even addressed is radon. Anywhere there is uranium, there's radon. Radon dissolves in water, and we have found it here in Colorado at 250 million picocuries in 1 little liter of water. If this uranium is extruding this radon, and it's allowed through this fracking process to get into our drinking water, people who are on wells are going to be pulling these high concentrations that we have all seen the pictures of people lighting their water on fire. But no one's talked about the radon that's in there also. If you have these kind of concentrations, the formula for determining how much radon you're going to have in your home is by dividing that number by 10. So you're talking 25 million picocuries possible coming into your home. The action level for radon is 4.
Thank you, Terry. Your 3 minutes is up. Good presentation. Joel, hold that. No applause, please. Joel Champion, followed by Travis Wimple, followed by Tricia Schuler.
My name is Joel Champion, and I live at 1733 Preston Drive in Longmont, Colorado. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to consider my letter and the attached petition. It is my belief that a robust energy sector in Colorado will not only bring much needed jobs and economic prosperity to Longmont and Colorado, but that energy development can be done responsibly. But for the moment, I'd like to put my personal energy policy views aside and speak to you solely as a concerned resident of the city of Longmont. As I'm sure you are aware, our city has been party to several lawsuits in the recent past. These suits became little more than a financial drain on the taxpayers of Longmont. The path that led us to these lawsuits may have been paved with the best of intentions, but lawsuits of this kind rarely provide the true betterment of the taxpayers as a whole. I encourage you to read the 90-plus names on the attached petition. I and my fellow petitioners would like you to think carefully and act cautiously when it comes to putting our local taxpayer dollars at risk of loss due to litigation against the state of Colorado. Your consideration of the attached Attorney General's letter addressed to City Attorney Eugene May, dated April 27, 2012, must include the real possibility that failure to take the Attorney General's clear statements into account are likely to provoke costly litigation. At that point, it will not matter who among us agrees or disagrees with the city's oil and gas regulations. Longmont will be responsible to finance yet another legal battle. We believe that our tax dollars can be spent better elsewhere. Communities across Colorado have found a way to regulate oil and gas operations and protect their residents. I urge you to look to those communities for guidance in completing your work on oil and gas regulations. Longmont has a long history of encouraging business development and of making our community a prosperous place to raise our families, hoping one day that our children will be able to return, to find suitable employment, and to raise their families in a safe, attractive, and environmentally desirable community. We have an opportunity to be part of that economic growth that our neighbors are experiencing. I trust each of you will do what you believe is best for the economic prosperity and future of Longmont. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. Travis Wimple.
Travis Whipple. I live at 1368 Clemson Drive, and mostly I just want to echo what Joel Champion just said. I appreciate that this is a complex issue, that nobody necessarily wants to live next to any kind of oil and gas resource. But at the same time, the state has been pretty clear, as I've researched, in what they will and will not allow cities to do. And as was previously mentioned, the city has already gone through litigation to no real end. And as a taxpayer of this city, I would strongly encourage you and I would appreciate that you not take us down that road again, especially against the state, because then my taxpayers are being fought on both sides of the issue, my tax money. My understanding is every city that has gone up, every city, county, municipality that has gone up against the state on these issues has lost. So I would ask that we not play chicken. I've heard phrases such as, we think we can get around this one, we think we can get away with this. The Attorney General has come out and very clearly said that there are, I believe it was 8 or 9 issues that of the current proposal have problems. I would ask that you reject those issues and reword them in such a way that we are in complete compliance with the state, and then work with the state and other organizations to address any issues that we have in the future. Looking at the issues surrounding the oil and gas regulations, I just welcomed in our 6th child into our home. We're very happy to have her there, but food costs are going up. I've been talking to a friend who works with the school board, and they're going to be asking, or possibly asking, for a mill levy increase. To add on top of that the fact that our gas prices started to peak early this year. They're anticipating that we may hit $5 a gallon before summer's over. I can't afford that, and I can't afford to spend taxpayer money wasted on frivolous lawsuits. So I would ask that you keep that into consideration. We need the oil, we need the gas, we need the jobs, all of which will benefit our community. Again, there are responsible ways to consider the oil and gas regulations and still provide for these benefits to come into our city, so that food costs don't continue to rise with the price of gas, getting to work doesn't continue to rise with the price of gas, and that also, as a veteran, I'm very concerned with our energy independence, and I would like to see us produce more here domestically than to trust countries like Iran, Libya, Nigeria, who we know aren't going to employ our same standards of oil and gas regulation. And so if it's an environmental issue, we can control it much better here. Thank you.
Tisha Schuler, followed by Ara Davis.
Mayor Coombs, City Council members, hello again. I'm Tisha Schuler, President and CEO of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, located in Denver. I'm also a resident of unincorporated Boulder County. I appreciate the difficulty of the task before you and the pressure that you're receiving from a wide range of passionate constituents. I would like to urge you to vote no on the proposed rules before you tonight, and instead encourage you to direct Longmont planning staff to engage in the many regulatory tools before you, including operator agreements, an MOU with the state, and active participation in the LGD process. I participated in the governor's, Speaker of the House, and Senate President's local government regulatory task force. We quickly learned that there was a significant disconnect between those communities with significant oil and gas experience and those that were new to the process. Those with experience applauded the LGD process, and those without wanted to change it or develop local regulations. As a result, the task force recommended enhancing the state process to address the needs, concerns, and inexperience of communities like Longmont. The state is hiring additional staff and putting together additional materials. And I, on behalf of industry, committed to enhancing our outreach, our education, and our engagement. And you'll see these efforts. They're already occurring, and we have 2 of these meetings next week. Longmont hasn't really given the state process a chance. Instead, you're drafting rules that will set a state precedent, both for redundancy and overreach of state primacy. It's discouraging to investment, both here and for all of Colorado. It's costly. It's costly for companies that would have to comply, and it's costly in lost revenue to Longmont. It's also unnecessary. Would you want your business regulated by someone that hasn't tried to work with you or hasn't used the regulatory tools currently available? I urge you to reject these rules and instead work through the many options before you that you haven't tried: operator agreements, having an active LGD, looking at an MOU with the state. There's just no reason for Longmont to pass these rules when you haven't tried any of the tools available to you to achieve your objectives of protecting Longmont's community values. Thank you.
Are Davis, followed by Wendy Linden.
I live at 721 Cochrane Drive in Prospect, sir. Hi, my name is Ara Davis. I am 8. My little sister Arthur is 5. Fracking makes me feel sad and concerned. Here's why. Number 1, it hurts our earth. Number 2, it will hurt my sweet, cute town Prospect. 3, it could poison our water and our air. 4, it could make me and my family very, very sick. 5, it can make all of us very, very sick. Here's a quote from The Lord. It's my favorite movie. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to be better. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ara. Wendy Linden, followed by Tim Rempel. Can we please start the causes?
Hi, I'm Wendy Linder. That's an R.
Well, okay.
803 Tenacity. Thank you for this opportunity to come and talk.
Yeah.
I tried. I just want to go on record as saying that I am against fracking entirely. I would be in favor of a longer moratorium to find a way to completely prevent this and protect the people of our community. The EPA, in their own words, has described these pollutants as being smog-forming, cancer-causing, climate-altering. I could read lists of chemicals, but we already know what they are. We already know that they cause cancer, that they include things like benzene that people have found in their soil and water. It's not like we have to prove that these are damaging. They will damage our health. I'm a biochemist, I'm a physician. I have taken care of patients who have had cancer, who have lived in areas of New Jersey, who have had pollutants. We know what they do. I don't think that we should say, well, we're going to have regulations that we can test the water and we can prove that these chemicals caused cancer in our residents. That's ridiculous. We already know that this is a danger. Let's just say no. The EPA has stated that they do have a new plan to require compressors, storage tanks, and new pneumatic controllers to lower the pollutants down to about a fourth of what they are now. And they are trying to put that into effect. I think we should at least wait for that. The fact that they're trying to lower things so drastically and that they've already stated they know that this is a problem. I mean, Colorado between 2008 and 2010 allowed gas and oil companies to dump 4.4 million gallons of waste from fracking into our water. We've already done our part. We've already contributed. I mean, let's lead the way to solar energy. We've had the ability to use solar energy for a long time. Let's do that. Let's create jobs in another manner. Let's just say no to fracking. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Wendy. Tim Rempel, followed by Eric Dill.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tim Rempel, 2954 Spinnaker Place. Come to you to talk this evening again a little bit about water. It's in my family tradition. My dad was part of the Frying Pan, Arkansas project in southern Colorado. Last time I was here, I showed you the snow telegraph. It got worse. The big dog in the park, Denver Water, put us on restrictions. They put themselves on restrictions. Boulder has said maybe. Fort Collins, a little further north, they're not quite sure yet. Don't know what's going to happen here. We'll find out. The city experts will tell us. Denver Water talks about us being in a drought. Turns out the people who really understand drought for the United States is over in Lincoln, Nebraska. University of Nebraska at Lincoln. They're the U.S. drought monitors. If you happen to live in Texas or New Mexico or Georgia, it's really in bad shape. We're not in such bad shape. I can leave you a copy of all these. This is the graph for Colorado. Happily, 5% of the state is not in a drought. Happily more, in the last 4 weeks, we went from almost 30% being in a severe drought down to 25%. More snowpack in the mountains, more precip. We live and die by this, all of us. About the facts is the first point I wanted to talk about this evening. The second point I wanted to talk about how is there's multiple stakeholders here. This snowpack is for all of us in Colorado, and everybody downstream, in fact, I won't go into that. But certainly in Colorado, in the city of Longmont, it's about the city of Longmont's water supply. It's also about agricultural uses around here. And to the extent that we scale up oil and gas production, in a bad year where we don't have water, we're going to have a problem. That, I think, is one of the concerns I have, is it's about a balance. It's about multiple stakeholders, not just the oil and gas industry, but multiple stakeholders and finding a balance of that. That's what the city is responsible for. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has a different mandate. Their mandate is much narrower. It's about the oil and gas industry. Big difference there. You guys work for the public of all of Longmont. I went to the meeting last night. I was really kind of surprised. The Colorado oil and gas guys are engineers. I'm an engineer. I've got a master's degree in computer science. I understand engineering. They're engineers. You ask them about health, they don't know. You ask them about where the setback rules come from, they don't know. Well, they do know. It's about safety. It's not about health. Very clear it's about safety. It's about the drilling tower falling over. It's about fires and explosions. It's about things they need to worry about as engineers. That's good engineering. But it's not about health. The water people from the Colorado Department of Health maybe can help us. Certainly the air quality people can. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Eric Dilly.
Good evening. It's Eric DeLay.
Dilly, okay.
I'm a resident of Jefferson County and a proud graduate of CU Boulder, so just down the street here. Mayor and members of the council, I'm 950 Field Street, Jefferson County, Colorado.
Okay.
I work for EOG Resources. We're an independent oil and gas producer here. We have operations in Colorado, in Weld County and Jackson County. We operate approximately 80 horizontally drilled wells in those counties. We operate them safely. We've had no incidents of environmental contamination. We incorporate best management practices in all that we do. We have approximately 200 employees in Colorado. Several of those staff are here in Boulder County and Longmont County, or excuse me, City of Longmont. From 2009 to 2012, we paid approximately $8 million in property tax to Weld County. So the economic engine of oil and gas is significant, along with the employment aspect of it. In Weld County, we were the 10th largest taxpayer. 6 of those taxpayers, I believe, were oil and gas companies or energy companies. I would just ask and tell you that the Longmont regulations are redundant. The state of Colorado just passed the most stringent frac disclosure rules in the nation. They just did that. So there's no need for you to get into that. Your city regulations would be redundant, and I would suggest unnecessary. I would encourage you to work with the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission to get your concerns met, and we just ask that you not pass the city regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Shepner? Shepner?
Good evening. I'm Al Shepner. I live at 2324 Atwood here in Longmont. Fracking. Can I see a show of hands against fracking? Thank you. Can I see a show of hands of everyone who has changed their lifestyle since the moratorium? Okay. Can I see a show of hands of everyone that asked the city officials to change the city's lifestyle? Here in the United States, we have a saying, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Our biggest users and wasters of oil and gas is our government. Cities, counties, state, and federal. It's a safe bet to say Boulder County wastes more oil and gas than a lot of the counties in Colorado use. Right now, there should be a moratorium on buses in Longmont and Boulder until this issue is resolved. There should be a moratorium against officials making unintelligent decisions, such as the one regarding the Meade High School, out in the middle of nowhere, which requires driving for everyone and everything. There should not be any television ads, newspaper ads, or ads of any kind in Boulder County or in this state about big oil, big gas, because our government is all about big oil and big gas. Solutions: moratorium on buses, moratorium on less intelligent decisions, no diesel fast track, huge reduction in the use of city vehicles, minimum of 10% reduction of fuels in every government building every year, mandatory participation by everybody regarding fuel uses or gas rationing. Be a responsible citizen of the United States and do your part. Don't be "it's all about me" Boulder County person. Why hasn't our senators, Mark Udall, Brandon Schaefer, and Raleigh Heath, and our representatives, Matt Jones, Jonathan Singer, Claire Levy, Dickie Lee, Hans Horst, and our county commissioners, Will Torr, Cindy DeCinco, and Deb Gardner, been working on these problems? All of the above officials should be telling the oil and gas company where it is acceptable to drill in Boulder County. If there is nowhere, then they need to implement the above solutions now.
Thank you.
Be a solution, not a problem.
Brad Churchill, followed by Ann Harper. Oh, excuse me, I missed one. Bree Irvin first, followed by Brad Churchill.
Hello, Mayor Coombs, council members. I'm here tonight because I was reading over the ordinance on fracking. Oh, sorry, Bree Irvin, 1907, 24th Avenue. So I was reading over the ordinance, and a couple things just jumped out at me, and I thought that they were worth sharing with everyone who didn't take the time to read them. Whereas there are more than 45,000 active oil and gas wells in Colorado. Oil and gas drilling and completion can be an around-the-clock activity that involves significant noise, dust, and artificial light. Whereas oil and natural gas development and production are known to produce a variety of physical and chemical hazards that may cause negative health effects if they are not properly mitigated. Whereas another recent study has noted that residents living within 1/2 mile or less from wells are at greater risk for health defects from oil and gas development than are residents who live more than 1/2 mile from the wells. The report also noted that assessments in Colorado have concluded that ambient benzene levels demonstrate an increased potential risk of developing cancer, as well as chronic and acute non-cancer health effects. Whereas a recent report by the EPA found that groundwater pollution in domestic water supplies near Pavilion, Wyoming was likely related to hydraulic fracturing. There have been reports claiming that water resources in Weld County and western Colorado, in Canada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York and other states have been contaminated by oil and gas exploration, including hydraulic fracturing. Whereas spills and releases of oil, gas, and associated products occur in Colorado frequently, on average more than one each day, according to statistics maintained by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Contamination has been identified at several wells that were drilled within the city limits. Benzene levels at the Ryder No. 1 well near Trail Ridge Middle School have exceeded the legal limits for benzene concentrations since 2006 and still exceed those limits. High levels of benzene, nephthalethene, can't even pronounce these, lots of other chemicals that are horrible, and gasoline and diesel organics were detected in soil and groundwater tests conducted in January 2012 at the Stamp Well, which is located approximately 500 feet west of Union Reservoir. It has been determined that there are approximately 45,000 wells in Colorado and 15 inspectors who enforce the COGCC rules. On average, each inspector is responsible for about 3,000 wells, meaning that a well is inspected about once every 3 years. For anyone who hasn't read this, this is the city's own research. This is your staff's research. Anyone who still wants fracking to come to Longmont really ought to read your staff's research and question why we're allowing it at all. Thank you.
No clapping, please. Brad Churchill, followed by Ann Harper.
Brad Churchill, 1260 Cumberland Drive. Opponents of fracking have frequently demanded evidence from the oil and gas industry that fracking can be done safely. I've done some research as a layperson, just as the opponents have, and I find from a review of numerous non-industry sources that it can be done safely. Fracking uses a significant amount of water, but the current most conservative estimate calls for less than 1% of total water consumed by the state of Colorado. A 1% reduction in water available for other uses is not a significant threat, and water use will be regulated as it has always been. Fracking can occur without imperiling water supplies. Studies have documented no single case of fracking fluid contaminating a shallow water aquifer. The COGCC has been monitoring water supplies in the San Juan Basin for over a decade, and fracking hasn't contaminated any water there. A leaking well bore can contaminate a shallow aquifer, but beefed up COGCC regulations mitigate that risk by requiring careful construction and monitoring of the well. Emissions from fracking qualify, according to EPA standards, as posing acceptable risk. Fort Worth commissioned a study of fracking emissions in residential neighborhoods and found no dangerous levels of emissions anywhere in the studied area, even where there were visible flaws, such as rust holes and open vents. A study cited just a moment ago by the anti-fracking activists does offer a very conservative estimate of cancer risk. Living for 30 years within a half mile of 40 wells imposes a risk of cancer at the very low end of the acceptable range set by the EPA, which means it's close to negligible. And for comparison, that risk, the risk of dying of cancer after those 30 years, is the same as the risk of dying in an automobile accident after driving 140 miles in the state of Colorado. That is the definition of an acceptable risk in the context of most of our lives. It seems to me that anyone who faces 2 round trips to Denver without inordinate worry has nothing to fear from fracking. Thank you.
Ann Harper.
My name is Ann Harper from 517 County Road 18, and I live in the outlie of Longmont, East Longmont in Weld County. and bought a property 4 years ago, not knowing that there were going to be some wells that are some property owners adjacent to us let oil companies come on their property and dig 7 wells in one place and 5 in another within a half mile of our property. Didn't know that was going to happen. It's, first of all, a total abomination while it's happening. It fills the space for about 2 months with trucks and nasty sounds and fires and all kinds of things that I called the oil company about. And whenever I called the oil companies, I got women who pretty much didn't know what they were talking about, and they'd always say, well, I'll call the engineer at the site. And I always just got blown off in some way. I didn't know to be concerned about this, so I started investigating pretty deeply online about fracking and went through the oil companies' websites and went through, I haven't even seen Gasland. I don't need to. I live in it right now. Anyway, there's a couple of things I just want to do here. I want to ask you to extend the moratorium so that there's time to gather all available information, not just what the oil companies want everyone to believe, which is, I've been told that there is no air pollution from one of those women. And there's 2 tons of hydrocarbons released from each well every year. Now, what do you believe? I don't know. You have to figure that out. Anyway, so if you could just extend the moratorium and wait, don't get into a legal battle with the state, just extend the moratorium and find out more information, hear from very intelligent people who can talk to you and read everything you can, please, on both sides of the argument. Because, for instance, just another piece of information came up that I heard on the radio. Now it's 3 years that it takes for the horizontal drilling, for the water that's been injected to come to the surface. They're thinking 3 to 3.5 years. It'll go seep through the sandstone and come to the surface. They thought it was much longer than that, but they found evidence that it can be 3 years. If it's near a school, near a reservoir, not only that, they're a blight. I drive near those things every day, and they are atrocious looking, and they do reduce property value, period. Anyway, please.
Thank you.
Find out as much as you can. Thank you.
Elise Champy, followed by Kay Kissinger.
Mayor Coombs, members of the City Council, my name is Elise Champ, and I live in Longmont, 828 Tenacity Drive. I would like to read a letter to the editor in today's Times Call that my husband wrote. He could not be here this evening. From Scott Rochat's May 1st article. Quote, letters released Tuesday from the Colorado Oil and Gas Association and the Colorado Attorney General's Office urged the city, Longmont, to drop some or all of its new rules. KOGA, an industry group, called the regulations unnecessary and overreaching, arguing that the existing state system already protects local interests. In the mid-19th century in Central Europe, a small fortified city came under attack. The marauding general demanded of the mayor to open the city gates. If they did so, the general promised they would take only what they needed and leave the citizens unharmed. The mayor brought the proposition back to the city council, and the terrified populace reasoning that if they resisted, they faced disaster, but if they opened the gates, they might escape harm. The next day, the army, not large enough to have besieged the town, as it turns out, barged into the city through open gates and proceeded to burn, loot, slaughter, and everyone with the exception of a few who escaped and from whom this history passes down to us. Analogies are rarely perfect, but it seems to me that we are in a 21st century, somewhat more civilized version of this assault. We have friends in Erie, 2 families that live within hundreds of feet of producing gas wells and who will soon be going to school near new gas wells. All 5 beautiful children have asthma. Actually, the doctors don't know exactly what to call it. It certainly will have a name by the time the lawsuits start. The regulations that Mayor Coombs and the City Council have worked so hard on and that COGOT wants us to abandon are our city gate. Hold fast the gate and protect the residents of Longmont. So this is my turn now. This is what I wrote. How can we keep Longmont from getting fracked next month? Even if you find the research against hydraulic fracturing confusing, why take a chance? Why allow Longmont's residents to be guinea pigs? We have the option to slow down the process. We have the power to extend the moratorium. We have the opportunity to copy Boulder County. They are extending their moratorium until 2013. Residential zones are protected in Longmont. Thank you, City Council. The industry is pushing to drill in residential neighborhoods. That says it all. They are in it for the money. They are willing to take the chance that humans and our environment will get sick. Does that mean time's up?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kate Fissinger.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before Kate starts, I'd like to read Rule 5 of our Rules of Procedure. It's called Citizen Participation. The Longmont City Charter 3.9 guarantees citizens and employees a reasonable opportunity to be heard at each regular and special City Council meeting. To implement that right, any person may speak to Council on any matter, whether scheduled for public hearing or not. Item D of that is those attending City Council meetings shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the Council. So, please, let's follow the rules. Everyone may or may not like what you have to say, but everyone has a right to say it. So enough.
Go ahead, Kay.
Mayor, City Council, Kay Fissinger, 2199 Creekside Drive. How did we get here? As a nation, a state, a community, how did we get here? How did we lose so much of our humanity that we would, by word and deed and law, allow the profit of the few to trump the genuine needs of the many? How did we get to the point where our president listens to an industry and apparently accepts their lies, their propaganda, or perhaps doesn't want to get crosswise with it and with those with whom it has sway during an election year? How did we get to the point where our Colorado legislature allows the industry to write legislation with the help of likely organizations like American Legislative Exchange Council? I ponder the word exchange in the name. In exchange for what? How did we get to the point where our governor, elected to represent all of the people, runs interference against communities who do want to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens? How did we get to the point where our Attorney General, in collusion with the oil and gas industry, threatens legal action against communities who dare to seek to preserve the quality of life, paramount of which is our health? Do you know that the oil and gas industry has threatened to bankrupt communities who don't fall in line? It will not surprise me when they try to do the same to Longmont, even in the face of tepid regulations. How did we get to the point where members of our own city council value business above all else? When did we lose our humanity? Thank you.
Lindsay, let's see, I think I can't read it. It's G-A-H-M. Please pronounce your name and give us your address.
G-A-H-N is Gone.
Gone.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Gone. I live at 2268 Indian Peak Circle, and I'm terrified right now, so bear with me. First, I want to start by thanking individual members of the City Council who have spoken with me personally about this issue and with my husband over email. I do appreciate you taking the time to talk with concerned citizens. I believe that's what your job is, and I appreciate you doing it. I've been a Longmont resident for 13 years. I moved here from Iowa City, Iowa, which is a place where I still kind of consider home, and frankly, I always thought I'd move back to. But Longmont's been very good to me. I found a job here that I love. I'm a school psychologist. I'm on extended maternity leave from this district, but I love being a school psychologist here. My husband found his dream job here. We found friends that we love here. We found, we had children here, and we grew roots. And so I started 2 companies in the last year here in Longmont, and my parents bought a house here from Iowa. We've committed ourselves to Longmont. This is our home. Longmont has always treated us so well, and now I fear that Longmont is not going to be treating us as well, and I'm really concerned about what I'm going to do about it. Since the vote to not extend the moratorium in the end of March, so many things have happened. So many things at the national level, the state level, the local level. Several cities in New York and North Carolina have implemented fracking bans, and I realize they have different state constitutions than we do, but the point is, this is happening across the country. The City Council in Philadelphia has halted fracking until an environmental impact assessment can be completed. Vermont has implemented a statewide fracking ban, and the Obama administration is now requiring disclosure of chemicals used in the fracking process. And we also know that EPA regulations are going to be coming down in 2015. My question is, with all of this happening daily, new questions, new studies, new things coming about, what is the rush? Why must we go into this now? Why can we not learn from our neighbors in Erie who began this and then implemented a moratorium when things started to happen to their community members? Why can we not put a hold on this right now? It would get us out of the state threats of legal action, and I understand people not wanting tax dollars to go toward litigation. In my opinion, there's no better use of tax dollars than fighting for the protection and the safety and the health of the residents of your city. I truly believe that. But a moratorium would get us out of that debacle. I really believe that we need to make sure this is 100% safe before we begin allowing fracking in this city, and I don't believe we're going to find that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jan Wilton, followed by Marcy Davis.
Hi, I'm Jan Wilton. I live at 1923 Christie Court, and I'm not going to talk long. I spoke a couple weeks ago about my concerns, and everyone tonight has said it far more articulately than I ever could. But I, too, wanted to say, what is the harm in slowing this down? Please help us as citizens, you know. We're feeling a little powerless to fight something so big, and we really need your bold leadership right now. It's just timely. Please help us slow this down. Please do a moratorium like Boulder. Thank you.
Marcy Davis.
Hi, my name is Marcy Davis. I live at 721 Confidence Drive. I will read because I get anxious. Longmont, Colorado is my home. We are all currently in a huge, scary unknown. What I do know is that fracking has destroyed my childhood home of Butler, Pennsylvania, on many heart-wrenching, profound levels. Here are some complications that their citizens have encountered since fracking has begun. Number 1, dozens of drilling-related spills. Number two, cancer rates soaring, leukemia to be specific. Number 3, animals often and randomly dropping dead. And this is in my parents' hometown. This is my mom telling me this on the phone. It's not something I Googled and see via.
Many residents have described their water as foaming, discolored, and or bright red. Many residents have had their clean water replacements revoked, if they ever received them at all. And let's not forget earthquakes, which to ignore that is insane. What more information do we need? My parents are well-established, social, active, and responsible citizens. Out of my parents' mouths, there is no going back. There is no stopping them. So, I'm a mother of two. My favorite mothering quote is, "Be careful with your children. There are no second chances." City of Longmont, there are no second chances here. Number one, water resources are scarce, regardless. Number two, fundamental damages have already been done to our earth. Number three, it's our health. It's your health. It's your children's health. As my daughter told my husband this morning, our health is more important than money, Dad. And she's 8. So I hope that you can as well be as aware and skillful with the time that we have. That's it.
Michelle Skagen.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Scoggin. I live at 2238 Sherman Street. I'm speaking as a stay-at-home mom. In the few years that we've lived in Longmont, we've come to really love this town. The public parks, which are much better than the parks in Boulder, the public swimming pools, the zero-entry swimming pools, the uncrowded bike trails, the parades, closing down 287 Main Street for a parade, the Sunflower Farm, the recreation department, and all that it offers make Longmont a place that provides a high quality of life. And I find myself loving it, even though I was angry at my parents for moving here 10 years ago. When I found out fracking was coming to Longmont, and the more I learned about the industry and its tactics, the sneaky tactics, my feelings towards Longmont have soured. I'm not as excited about my son's swim lessons this summer, or his summer at Sunflower Farm. I wake up preoccupied with this issue and no longer enjoy activities in and around town. I noticed the new park, the train park between Emory and, Collier. Went there last week and it just broke my heart. This beautiful new park, it's a train. My son went nuts. And all the resources that went into that, and it just felt like, for what? For what? So that we can live in this ominous environment. It just broke my heart because I feel like I have one foot out the door. I lay awake worrying about the county I grew up in, my friends, their kids, and my parents and their one investment, their house that they love. Having lived on the western slope in the Aspen area for 10 years, I saw how quickly this industry destroyed communities. It destroyed Battlement Mesa. It destroyed Rifle. I saw it firsthand. It happened overnight. We have an opportunity to learn from that and demand protection for our community, despite threats from the state, which these are threats, and potential financial loss. I understand some of you have respect for mineral rights. Like Colorado's water law, these laws are archaic and anti-human. Loopholes have been created to put big business and profit before the well-being of humans, wildlife, and natural resources. I don't respect that. As you go forward with this issue, can you truly know within yourselves, can you truly know when you fall asleep at night that you are doing what is right beyond short-term profits? Are you doing truly what is right for humans? Do you know in your heart that you're doing everything you can to protect the citizens who elected you? I beg you to consider the long-term consequences of fracking and or near Longmont, the unfolding health risks, sinking property values, contamination, poor air quality, the loss of aesthetic beauty, and most of all, a community ashamed to call Longmont home. Until the industry and the state can prove that fracking poses no health threats, why not extend the moratorium?
Thank you, Michelle. Jennifer Bonio, followed by Ron Korsch.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Banyel. I live at 3939 Iron Court. I'm here today as a stay-at-home mom as well. I have 2 children, and I'm here to ask you to re-vote on the moratorium. This is really important for our children. Talking about fracking next to schools in our neighborhoods is not okay. It's not okay. We need to keep this residential ban, and I thank you. I thank you for that, and it has to stay. It really does. It's important for health. It's important for all of us. That's it.
Ron Corey, followed by Amanda Wallace.
Ron Korsh, 10381 Macedonia Street. The reason I came to talk to you tonight was about another important quality of life issue for Longmont, and that issue is the noise created by the Mile High skydiving business. Over the last couple of years, I've spent a lot of time in meetings with the airport manager, with the airport advisory board, and I've come to see you a couple times as well. And to date, no measurable progress has been made. And recently, I got a letter in the mail from Mile High Skydiving, and in it was a bumper sticker that says, "I love airport noise." And along with that was a little letter that says, "Compliments of Mile High Skydiving Center. Have a great summer." Well, in today's world, you never take anything at face value. So I called Mile High Skydiving, and I wanted to find out more information about, first of all, did they send this out? And I was able to confirm that indeed Mile High had sent this out. I also requested to talk to somebody there to find out a little more information about how I got on the mailing list and what was the intent of all this. Well, that was 2 days ago. I never got a return call. So the conclusion that I've come to at this point is that Mile High is very proud of being one of the biggest noise polluters in Boulder County. And I assume the reason they sent this to me was they wanted to make sure I knew it as well. So the point that I wanted to make was that the city of Longmont owns the airport. Mile High is your tenant. You have a problem with one of your tenants at the airport. My request is that you take this seriously and you do something about this noise problem, and just once and for all take this on and do something about it as another important quality of life issue for Longmont that goes along with all the other quality of life issues that are being talked about here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Amanda Wallace, followed by Caitlin or Kat.
Hi, Mayor Coombs and council members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. So I'm actually going to read a letter that a friend...
Please give us your address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Amanda Wallace, in 1907 Christie Court, Longmont. And I have a letter from a friend in Erie that I wanted to share with you all tonight. Dear City Council of Longmont, my name is Angie Nordstrom, and I live on top of the Niobra Shale Formation down the road from Longmont and Erie, Colorado. One of the most heavily fracked counties in the country. It's 2 blocks from my home. There are 19,000 wells in Weld County. Portions of the movie Gasland were filmed nearby. I have lived in this wonderful suburban town for 9 years. Erie is where my husband and I purchased our first home, started our family, and have nurtured the development of our neighborhood and community. In 2005, mining using hydraulic fracturing began in Erie. Large-scale drilling operations appeared out of nowhere in our neighborhoods and by our parks. Today, we have industrial well pads in our backyards, near our schools and parks. We have combustors, condensate tanks along our bike paths. We have drilling operations running 24/7 with football stadium-type lighting and extreme noise pollution. We have diesel trucks making thousands of trips on our residential streets, transporting toxic fracking chemicals and lethal flowback water. We have families who have felt their homes shake and witnessed photos falling off their walls. We have animals who will not drink from well water. We have children with asthma, allergies, gastrointestinal problems, headaches, skin rashes, bloody noses, sensory issues. We have parents who are very concerned about short and long-term health effects of toxic chemical exposure. We have families taking their children out of school, selling their homes, and moving out of town. Families who had planned to live here long-term are packing up and leaving. In January 2012, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration released a study showing that Erie exceeds Houston and Pasadena in the levels of certain air pollutants commonly concerned to oil and gas activity. We have a brown cloud covering our eastern horizon. In March 2012, the Colorado School of Public Health released a study showing air emissions near fracking sites may have serious health impacts. The current concern of many of us in Erie is the planned drilling of an 8-well pad less than 600 yards from our 2 elementary schools, middle school, and child care center. To drill this well, diesel trucks will make thousands of trips along our residential streets and directly in front of our school. These wells are scheduled to be drilled over the summer. However, toxic VOCs and chemicals will continue to be released into the air throughout the school year. Once these wells are fracked, they will most likely be refracked multiple times, repeating this environmental damage over and over. Please take into consideration what has been and is currently happening in Erie and Weld County before you allow this atrocity to happen.
Thank you. Caitlin Kat Arnhammer.
Hi, I'm Kat Auerhammer, and I live on 1130 Hoover Street, Longmont. We are here to ask for a fee to be waived for one of our fundraisers. We are planning a fashion show to benefit our Relay for Life team, Viva Delaney. This team is led by Silver Creek High School student Avery Ashmore and is made up primarily of high school students. Avery started this team 5 years ago to honor her friend Delaney Gunner, who was diagnosed with cancer, and Delaney passed away at age 16, December 9, 2011. Our fashion show is planned for Saturday, May 19th at the Roosevelt Park Pavilion. We do not know how many to expect for the fashion show. Our best guess is between 50 and 90, as we expect most of our team members to come and hopefully bring their parents and a few other friends. We are doing this as a fundraiser for the Relay for Life, so we request a donation to attend, plan to sell Relay for Life luminaries, and have a bake sale. We are already paying to rent the pavilion for $50 for 2 hours and kindly request a waiver of the additional $50 fee for the use of public places special event. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Barbara Fernandez.
Hello, Barbara Fernandez, 1917 Garden Wall Way, Mercooms and Council. If I was in your shoes, I'm sure I would be thinking only 2 more times do you have to listen to all of us tonight and on second reading. But for me, this is my second to last chance to speak up once again. I'm here once again to ask that you do not adopt these rules and regulations. I appreciate the time and effort that you've taken in this endeavor, and I especially appreciate the residential ban. But contrary to Councilman Finley's remarks that we are bullying the council, it's the industry, the Colorado Oil Gas Conservation Commission, and the Attorney General's office that are the bullies. I believe this since they keep on sending you the threatening letters asking that you not adopt the regulations. So I agree with them. You should not accept them. Let the status quo stand. Continue the moratorium. Evidently, they all are saying, these state agencies, that you don't have things right. So we should tell them that we need more time to research, to see how we can comply and preserve the health, safety of Longmont residents. I know Councilman Bagley feels that these rules move us forward and that Longmont has a chance of winning litigation. Why throw the dice and risk our money? There is so much happening locally, statewide, and nationally on this issue. We should keep the status quo with the moratorium so we are not hurt by going forward with drilling when these changes are happening pretty quickly. I wish some of you could have attended last night's meeting that was held in this room with the Oil and Gas Commission and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Safety. Those in attendance at last night's meeting with state officials, we walked away even more confirmed that the state is not ready to regulate this industry. In fact, it was said by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment that they basically came out and said it is not healthy to live by wells. I mean, flat out. So it seems to me that let's give the state more time to get money to do studies. I mean, over and over again, the CDPHE said they don't have enough money for the air and water quality monitoring. So I think we should grant the state's wish. I think we should grant COGA's wish and don't adopt these regulations and extend the moratorium. The state itself is telling you that you don't have it right, so how can they sue us over extending the moratorium when we give their words right back to them and say we need time to get it right? So I say extend the moratorium, don't pass the ordinance without having the local government designee protocol done.
Thank you, Barb. Mark White, followed by Teresa Foster.
Mark White, 1917 Garden Wall Way. I have three things to ask of you. Number one, extend the moratorium. Number two, before any drilling starts, before the boots hit the ground, before the trucks roll, before anything happens, take samples, baseline samples of water, land, and air. These samples will then prove once a spill takes place, and keep in mind that the COGC's own regulations say that a spill of less than 275 gallons of anything does not, I said not, have to be reported to anyone. Yes, 275 gallons, that's what I said. The other thing I'd like to ask is that when you decide to actually have drilling taking place, or before that, team up with somebody else, like the county, some other ones. Because what happens is when private industry, when a company wants to put out a product, what do? They go to other companies where they can draw experience, where they can draw resources, and what that does is two things. It spreads the cost, and what it does is help create the product. If we're all concerned about lawsuits, why don't you spread the cost? Team up with somebody else. Team up with the county. Team up with other cities. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mark. We'll do it after two more. Teresa Foster.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Teresa Foster, 712 Thornwood Way. What is it going to be, Longmont City Council? Are you listening to your citizens? Will you bow down to the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, who are telling us what can happen in our backyards? Or will you stand up for the citizens? If you allow oil and gas exploration and drilling anywhere within the borders of our city,
You are inviting the fox into the henhouse where the weak and defenseless will be picked off, meaning the health, safety, and welfare of your children and your elderly parents, and put the rest of us at risk, while the oil and gas industry laughs all the way to the bank. You say that you have no choice but to water down the protections put in place for the citizens. Is it true that you would waive the red tape in public hearings for new drilling applications if oil and gas companies agree to a 750-foot buffer between rigs and structures like homes and schools? Really? Will you now lower your standards again and allow drilling in residential neighborhoods and outside activity areas just because the COGCC says so? The fact is, COGCC rules are not going to protect us. They haven't protected the citizenry thus far, and I doubt they are capable of doing so. I'm asking you to stand up for all 85,000 of the Longmont residents and do what's right. Don't buy the industry propaganda that drilling is good for us. They are paid good money to tell us what they want us to believe. We know better, and you should too. I want you to think about what kind of legacy you will bring to our city. Is this a decision you'll be proud of? Will you be able to sleep at night knowing that you made the right decision? Or will it be something that your children will say to you, "What were you thinking, Mom and Dad, when you allowed oil and gas drilling in our city? It made me sick, and I couldn't breathe, and I had bloody noses, and it gave me cancer." Don't bow down to the COGCC. They don't care about you or me and are only around to support the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Strider Benston.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, Council. I was going to talk about Lady Girl, my doggie, but I will wait until we're convicted.
Can you give your address?
951 17th Avenue, where this picture was taken, 7 o'clock Sunday morning. My blind 16-year-old border collie and I were out for a 10-foot walk right next to my trailer on private property, and so we will be convicted in July for that crime, and I will talk about it more then. I actually wanted to talk about Tara, my bike. 28 years I spent building her and riding her, was stolen 2 weeks ago. Very distinctive, drop bars on a mountain bike, humongous big front gear, all kind of stuff. But it seems like we have an issue here. The oil companies, the top 5 oil companies in this country, are making a profit of $350 million per day. And we're giving them $4.3 billion of our tax money to help them because, hey, you know they need help. The CEO of Goldman Sachs testified before Congress that they themselves were jacking up the price of oil by 40% by monetary speculation. Okay, the Attorney General for COGCC indicated today there will be unavoidable conflicts will occur if Longmont tries to defend its health. That reminds me of a case in Chicago 30 years ago where when I was fired for speaking out about safety violations in the post office, the word came down, anyone attending this meeting will find themselves confronted with problems for which there is no solution. The union meeting had 3 people. My meeting had 46 people. We had a demonstration. It took me 6 years to win my case, but we did. What is the rush? There is a glut of natural gas going on in this country. Heinrich Ibsen in 1895 wrote a play called An Enemy of the People, where the company was poisoning the city. The doctor who found out about that was murdered. That is the same game that's going on today. Protect our city's health. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Let's take a 5-minute break. can get going. We got a lot more things to accomplish tonight. Please take your seats. Our next speaker is Valerie Brandner.
Hi. Thank you for listening. My name is Valerie Bradner. I live at 930 Button Rock Drive, which is right Carolina Road 1 and 9th, which is right in the line of fire for fracking. Very against it. I would love for you to extend the moratorium, but I know that's not going to happen. But I do want to urge you to stand firm on your remaining regulations that you've already passed. The not in residential areas is great. I don't know about putting the wastewater in our zones, but other than that, please hold strong to them. If the state is upset and the COGCC is upset, then we must be doing something right. We've all seen the documentaries. We know the risks. We know the dangers. If it were up to me, I'd ban fracking in this beautiful state altogether. I'm from Illinois. It's very flat, ugly. It's beautiful here. I don't know why you'd run a wreck it. What is a community without basic human rights like clean air and clean water? And what are you here for if not to defend these basic rights? Again, I ask you to stand up and stand strong for the people of Longmont and our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Gibbs.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of the council. My name is Kim Gibbs. I live at 7468 Mount Sherman Road. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Citizens for Quiet Skies. And I apologize for diverting attention from this very important issue. And I fully support my neighbors' concerns about fracking, and I urge you to extend the moratorium. On to airport noise issues. I also received this lovely bumper sticker, compliments of Mile High skydiving. I don't know what Ron and I might have in common to both receive this. I do think it's funny, and I do think it sends a very clear message from Mile High. They did send this to me, that they are untouchable and that they've got the city in their back pocket. Last year, we approached the city and asked you to adopt reasonable noise-based rules to protect the community from excessive airplane noise, created mainly from Mile High skydiving jump planes. Recently, after Mile High ramped up operations, I restated our earlier request to you via an email communication. One city council member responded to my email and stated that the city does not have the authority to adopt restrictions because of two particular laws: the 1990 Airport Noise and Capacity Act, or ANCA for short, and the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. I am not an aviation law expert, so I took the time to study ANCA and its relevance to our situation. ANCA contains two important noise-related provisions. First, ANCA prohibited the operation of Stage 2 aircraft weighing more than 75,000 pounds from operating in the United States after December 31st, 1999. And second, it imposes stringent requirements on airport operators seeking to impose noise-based rules on Stage 2 aircraft weighing less than 75,000 pounds. This led me to the obvious question: what is a Stage 2 aircraft? Well, the Stage 2 classification refers to the noise emissions of certain aircraft. Stage 1 are the noisiest, and Stage 4 are the quietest. I learned through FAA documentation that ANCA does not apply to non-stage aircraft, which include propeller-driven aircraft weighing less than 12,500 pounds. Mile High's jump planes fall into this category. As for the Commerce Clause, it would potentially apply if Mile High were engaged in interstate commerce. But Mile High does not transport skydivers between states. In this case, the Commerce Clause does not apply. I'm unclear about whether the FAA, have to save that one for next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Andy Rodsmore. Okay, we'll move on to Judith Blackburn.
Good evening, Judith Blackburn, 3724 Oakwood Drive. I'm here this evening to talk about preemption. The fact that the state here in Colorado calls all the shots on oil and gas development, preempting our constitutional rights as a home rule city and your rights as legally elected officials, even to protect the health and safety of your constituents in the mild way that you have tried to do through your revised regulations, which, incidentally, I don't feel are strong enough. I looked up preemption in the dictionary and found out some interesting things. Quote, to preempt is to gain possession of something by prior right or opportunity, to appropriate, seize, or act for oneself before others. That's a pretty good definition of what the COGCC has done via legislation, via lobbyists, via an industry with lots of money to promote its PR. They gained possession, seized, and they acted for themselves before all others. I, too, attended last night's presentation by the COGCC in these chambers in an attempt to understand the wisdom of this preemption. Here's the bottom line of what I learned after sitting through an almost incoherent listing of laws and unreadable charts. They have no science to back up their contention that fracking is completely safe. To most of our questions, their only answer was, we don't know. Even their measly 16 Colorado inspectors look only at whether or not the equipment is running properly. They are not in the business of assessing impacts. This is not a satisfactory basis for legitimizing their preemption. These are not the bureaucrats that I want to entrust with my health and safety. I'm suggesting that we must hold strong while we keep the larger social good in mind. Not everyone agrees that directional hydraulic fracturing could cause harm to water, air, health, etc., although the body of science supporting this grows daily. Yet all will admit that the long-term effects of these newer, more dangerous extraction methods, with all their accompanying chances for accidents and waste, have not yet been measured because the whole life cycle of the operation is still too new. Unfortunately, our court system is better at determining harm done after the fact than it is before. So I urge you to stand strong.
Thank you. Michael Belmont, followed by Nicole Jones.
Mayor Coombs, council members, greetings. Michael Belmont, 841 Tenacity Drive, Longmont, Colorado. Once upon a time, there was a peaceful, verdant town where families and children were safe to work and play in the beautiful open spaces. Then one dark day, an army of giants threatened that town and demanded compliance with their harsh and bullying rules. The biggest of them all was named Cyclops Ogre Goliath City Crusher, or COGCC for short. Goliath came forth shouting his demand, "Choose you a representative and let them come down to me. If they be able to fight with me and prevail, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against them, then shall ye be our servants." When the peaceful, verdant town heard this powerful giant's words, many were dismayed and greatly afraid. But one small group called the daring and very incensed and determined, or David for short, rose up to meet Goliath. Little David had few weapons with which to defend himself, but the will of the people behind him and the simple sling of a belief that might is not right and that right will prevail. And so it was that little David prevailed against the giant Goliath. You are the David for our community. Our well-being relies upon you in this fateful time of our history. I hereby, therefore, vest unto thee the authority to go and do battle with this Goliath and prevail. Be heartened that we and thousands of other citizens that cannot be here every Tuesday are behind you. Be heartened that entire countries have taken action in controlling this harmful activity, not the least France, Bulgaria, and just days ago, the entire state of Vermont, not to mention the cities of Pittsburgh, New York, and Las Vegas. Be heartened that the rapidly emerging scientific evidence suggests, and soon will likely prove, that this industrial activity has no place beside where we sleep, work, play, and where children go to school in this peaceful, verdant town, where our families and children, for now, are safe. So, thank you, my fellow Davids, for standing your ground against this marauding Goliath. I now present to each of you a slingshot as a symbol of your dedication to the commitment and, again, your dedication to this historic cause.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah. Just give it to the clerk. Clerk.
Give it, Mike, or give
Mike,
it to the clerk.
Yeah, sure. Nicole Jones?
Nicole Jones.
Okay.
This is going to be a tough act to follow, Mr. Belmont. 905 Little Leaf Court. I'm kind of speaking off the cuff tonight, but first of all, I have to say that after reading the comments from the Assistant Attorney General, I really have a better understanding of the place that you're coming from when you talk about litigation and just doing what you can to protect our community. And I thank you for doing what you can with regulations and keeping it away from our schools and our homes. I really do. I appreciate that. But I think what you're doing, and I also think what you're doing is very courageous. And I normally the two times I've spoken to you, I've spoke from a mother, community, citizen, fear-based sort of place. Tonight I'm going to sort of speak from a business perspective. In the past couple of years, I've been studying sustainability. And this is one thing that I've learned over and over and over again. That when big corporations are put into a corner, when people rise up and say, this isn't okay to dump crap into our streams, to treat people like they're nothing, like they're worthless, that eventually those companies will change. Examples are Nike. They've been NGOs. They've been all over them about dumping crap in streams and that sort of thing. Mining companies. There you have a really bad track record in all these countries where they've really destroyed the natural environment. But people got angry, and they didn't want to stop doing what they were doing. But people got angry, so they had to look at their processes. They had to say, okay, what can we do differently so we don't go out of business? How can we stay alive? I can pretty much guarantee that if oil and gas companies want to stay alive, that they will find a way to make their processes safer, so they can stay in business. So fracking can possibly be safe. They can maybe find different ways to use different chemicals, whatever needs to be done. They will find a way to do it. Maybe they'll just shift to alternative energy. I don't know. But companies, when they're back into a corner, when people say we've had enough, they innovate. So I'd like to thank you for pushing oil and gas into the corner. So they have to start to think, how can we make this better? How can we survive? How can we still provide energy to people without polluting, without making people sick? with that said, I would like to say that obviously they're not happy with our regulations, so maybe we need to extend the moratorium so we have more time to gather more information and decide if we want this in our town, and more time for them to think about how can we do this differently so we are better citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Gillian Ivers, REAB Reed.
Hello, I'm Gillian Ivers Reed, 802 Neon Forest Circle, Longmont. I would just like to say that I am here to support Mr. Mayor and the City Council in the efforts to safeguard the health and well-being of our community and our environment for the future, especially for the future. It'll take years for the effects of the fracking to be known, and years till the full effects on our community are realised. One thing is for sure, we know that fracking affects air and water quality, and the COGCC at their meeting last night said themselves that they've closed 2 wells in Weld County for water pollution. They said that they have lack of oversight. They do not have the resources to test enough. They don't have enough air quality inspectors. They don't have standards that they need to meet, and they don't have the resources to set the required standards. So not all the chemicals that are released are even measured. And there's ineffective supervisory oversight of what they're doing. So I would say that I'm not against the responsible development of oil and gas industry. I think it's required. But I am against putting chemicals that are dangerous and toxic into our earth, water and air supply so close to centres where people are living, big residential communities, cities. They need to be kept away from our water supply and our people. And I think that the City Council need to help us, the other citizens of Longmont, to fight the state on this and to be able to know where the City Council stand, and we need to all stand together to fight this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Gillian. Dale Bruns, followed by Shane Schultz.
Looks like somebody left me some notes. Hi, I'm Dale Bruns. I live at 1425 Onyx Circle here in Longmont. I've got a little bit different take on the subject. I've been working with Top Operating for probably 6 years. We own a piece of property out east of Longmont that we bought probably 12 years ago. And when we bought the property, we investigated it. We understood that the oil and gas rights were leased to Top Operating. And the matter of fact, the property had 1 well on it when we bought it. So knowing that this was coming, we got together with Top Operating and worked out a surface use agreement that basically stated that they would consolidate all their drilling operations on the property adjacent to the existing well, and that essentially preserved the rest of the property for whatever else we wanted to do on it. That process worked quite well. We followed the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission's rules. We had a draft surface use agreement. We negotiated that, came to agreement, and they proceeded with drilling. I printed off the ordinance that you guys are talking about, 40 pages of ordinance and 40 pages of attachments. We didn't need or use any of this. This is redundant to everything we considered when we went through the surface use negotiations. I think this is overly burdensome. It's redundant. It's unnecessary. The only good thing in here that you guys have come up with is the administrative review portion of it, which is a good idea. You should do that, and you should work with the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to accomplish that at the same time the drillers apply for their permit, and it ought to be in a time frame similar to issuing a permit. like I said, we have one well out there. When we bought the property, that well was there from, I think, 1982, some 40 years, I think. Top Operating had that well at that time. We now have 8 wells out there. We haven't had any problems. They've all been drilled and fracked in the last 4 years, and we haven't suffered any ill consequences from it yet. I know it's a very emotional subject for a lot of people, but from my point of view and my practical experience of having this done on our property, I can't complain one bit about what TOP has done or the process. Matter of fact, we're enjoying the revenue from the oil and gas drilling, and like Longmont, Longmont did a great job purchasing the mineral rights with all that property that you own out east, and Longmont should be enjoying the windfall of royalties just like we are, and the taxpayers of Longmont deserve to get that resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Shane Schultz.
Good evening. Shane Schultz, 1766 Montgomery Circle, here in Longmont. I, in the interest of full disclosure, work for the oil and gas industry. The company I work for has no acreage or interests in the Front Range of Colorado, so I'm here just as a citizen of Longmont. I think it's fair to say that everything in life has risk. Us coming here tonight involved risk, just like drilling oil and gas wells involves risk, just like any other activity that extracts energy. Whether you want to go solar or you want to go wind, all of those include either a mining process. There's consequences with wind dealing with bird deaths. Solar takes water. Everything has risk, especially when it comes to developing energy resources. So I think I can appreciate all the arguments and all the concerns that the citizens, those that have concerns about this industry, have brought up. But it's also fair to say our industry's done a really poor job of explaining what we do, and we're trying to get better at that. And I appreciate that you are providing the opportunities here tonight for people to come and speak to either for or against. And hopefully you can glean some knowledge from some of the folks, and hopefully there's been opportunities from KOGA and from other individual companies, including TOP, to sit down with you. I think that's important for you to have those conversations and try and understand just how this industry works. I can speak from a personal experience of which I spoke a couple months ago in front of you to say the company I work for, we worked on developing and drilling a well just west of Cheyenne, Wyoming, which was in the middle of an aquifer where they get about 30% of their water. A lot of the process in which we didn't include the city needing to do anything regarding oil and gas regulations. What it did was us communicating with them and having them involved from the very beginning phase. We had a good collaborative effort with them, and I would encourage you, if you want another experience, to talk to another municipality outside the state of Colorado, to talk to Mayor Kaysen. I think he could sit there and explain some things, some pros and cons in the process that worked for them. Obviously, we're in the state of Colorado, and you're dealing with a different animal when it comes to your constitution and your regs. But I do want to say that I have concerns and would urge you to reject the regs and exhaust the avenues that have been proposed to by the Oil and Gas Commission and the Attorney General. As for statements that have been made regarding us not being regulated on air or water, again, there is the CDPHE that regulates the air and water side. There's the Oil and Gas Commission. There is also, within that, the EPA, which approves the state implementation plan regarding the air in this area. So there are a number of avenues in which there is regulatory oversight. And again, people are concerned about water and the usage regarding our dry climate. We are looking at and continue to evolve as an industry daily on looking at technologies that recycle the water, use less water, try and get more flow back out of it. So for that, I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Shane. Jerry Rasmussen, followed by Jeff Thompson.
Some of us are short. Mayor Coombs, City Council members, I'm Jerry Rasmussen. I live at 1842 Stratford Lane. I've been a resident of this city for 16 years, and I totally support safe drilling, which is already well regulated by the state. Economically, You need to consider the number of people employed by the oil and gas industry and the severance and ad valorem taxes paid by this industry in this state, which, by the way, has helped Weld County become the only county in Colorado with no long-term debt. We should all be supportive of safe and well-regulated drilling in our area. Everyone should also consider what their lives would be like without this industry. There would be no CAT scans, no MRIs, no arthroscopic surgeries, no cell phones, no computers, no plastics of any kind. Solar and wind power will never make plastic. And if you aren't wearing 100% wool, cotton, silk, or leather, you are wearing petrochemical products. I was going to stop right there, but I can't keep my mouth shut. People mentioned water. Our industry, if we drilled all the wells that we could vertically and horizontally in 1 year in Colorado and used the maximum amount of water possible in our hydraulic fracturing, we would still use less than half of the water used by our golf courses to keep green. Hydraulic fracturing is not a new process. It is 65 years old. I'm only 5 years older than that. It's not just big oil that makes the money. If you have an IRA or a 401k or any retirement plan that has mutual funds in it, you own stock in oil and gas companies and you are making money. If a water well in our area can be lit on fire, the water coming out can be lit on fire. Think about the methane coming from the coal seams that are close to your water aquifer. Drilling in the Niobrara is over a mile below. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Jeff Thompson, followed by David Pilster.
Jeff Thompson, 1616 Sumner Street. If you get to item 9H on the agenda tonight, Del Rademacher wants you, Mayor, to sign a letter supporting the Windy Gap Firming Project mitigation plan. In his communication to the council, he says, some special interest groups have questioned and reflected and refuted the findings of the plan. This is another one of Del Rademacher's deceptions of the City Council, or attempted deceptions of the City Council. Unless he considers the United States Environmental Protection Agency to be a special interest group, he knows that the EPA released a letter that they wrote to the Bureau of Reclamation that completely refuted the basis for the Windy Gap Firming Project mitigation plan and completely refuted its adequacy. No person of good conscience would sign that letter without carefully considering the EPA letter, which is available online, but I have it and I will gladly send it to you. Please don't act on this until you consider the opinion of the EPA. And when Del Rademacher gets up here, if you get to this, ask him why he tried to deceive you about who's refuting the Windy Gap mitigation plan. It's not special interest groups. It's the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Item 10, Dale wants you to participate in the South Platte Water-Related Activities Program. In that communication, he says, as part of any federal action that Longmont would be involved in that requires compliance with ESA, that's the Endangered Species Act, a certificate of participation in SRAP is normally accepted as sufficient compliance with ESA. Now, he knows that you haven't thought about this, you probably haven't even read the communication, that you don't know anything about this. But if you would simply try to learn about it and think it through a little bit, you will know that this statement by Dale Rademacher is intentionally false. And he also says, Longmont will be required to participate to get permits for the St. Vrain Integrated Reclamation Plan and the Union Reservoir Pumpback Project. If you know anything about this, you know that that cannot be true, that that's another false statement by Mr. Rademacher. He wants you to plunk down $500,000, and he's not saying where he suddenly came up with $500,000. But don't say you don't have money for litigation to protect the people of Longmont from fracking when you're going to waste it like this.
Thank you, Jeff. Dale Filster? David Filster, excuse me. It's been a long night.
No kidding. Good evening, Mayor Coombs, fellow council members. My name is David Pelster. I live at 1574 Goshawk Drive. As usual, I'm here speaking on behalf of my family, my wife and 3 children, and I'm here to speak as a proponent of health and well-being of Longmont citizens, especially those children at Trail Ridge Middle School. So I'm going to try to keep it short, and I'm just going to read an excerpt of one of the thousands of pieces, quote unquote, anecdotal evidence, quote unquote, that you can find all over the place. Titled Headaches, Nosebleeds, and Sealed Records. Chris and Stephanie Hallowich and their children thought they had found their dream home when they moved onto a farm in Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania. The Hallowich family became outspoken opponents of fracking and said that they and their children began suffering from headaches, nosebleeds, burning eyes, and sore throats as drilling operations expanded on their land and in their neighborhood. The family tried to get the attention of the media, state regulators, and gas companies, but ended up filing a lawsuit in 2010 and abandoning their home. So that being said, I would like to ask you to consider extending the moratorium as more information becomes available, make the most educated decision possible. Thank you.
Thank you, David. John Roberts.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council people. Hey, I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I've spoken before anybody. Hey, my name's John Roberts, and I live at 11150 Prospect Road, and that's within the county. I own Sunflower Farm. I also own properties within the city of Longmont as well. I ask that you extend the moratorium for the constituents of Longmont. The county and even Longmont have been forerunners in a number of things. Decades ago, the whole idea of purchasing open space was one of these whacked out ideas, and we took the forefront of that. I think we should take the forefront of resisting this kind of fracking. There is other sciences out there for safe fracking, for example, propane. It's not profitable, and they'll tell you it's not profitable. But, you know, we don't have to care about their profits necessarily. The other thing is water. As a farmer, I'm in direct competition with the oil companies for this water. Each well will use between 2 and 5 million gallons of water to frack. That's like 50 acres, 4 foot deep. And that water is taken out of our ecosystem. It's not like it's moved or used or any place else. It's taken out of our ecosystem and mixed with chemicals, and it's placed a mile beneath our feet, which is like from here to Hover Street. And before all this science develops, I really ask that we kind of slow down on this. Decades ago, my family had a ranch over in western Colorado on the Roan Plateau, and they started fracking there in 1968. the same arguments, the same science, even some of the same oil companies. And they did two underground nuclear explosions to do this. And it took 2 years to realize that that science was not accurate, and they banned it. And I think we're at the very same thing today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Andy Jameson, followed by Pam Roberts.
Mayor, council members, my name is Andy Jameson. I live at 1760 Montgomery Circle here in Longmont. I want to talk a little bit. My daughter goes to Fall River. My son will be a preschooler next year there. I'm an engineer for Noble Energy. We're one of the largest oil producers of oil and gas in the state of Colorado. The other thing I want to talk about is as Noble Energy, we live here. These are our towns and communities too. All of our personnel that work for Noble live here in these communities, over 500 people in the state. In addition, most of the contractors that we employ, all of our subcontractors, thousands of people, they all live here too. This is their communities. We're not ever going to go out and jeopardize our families by taking shortcuts and doing any of this. I'm an expert in hydraulic fracking. I've spent 10 years doing it every day and understanding. I know all the chemicals in it, and I'm not going to poison my own kids or risk them as part of the process. That's something that I understand because I've spent a long time studying every aspect of it. The state of Colorado, 100,000 jobs in the state of Colorado were created by the oil and gas industry. $1.1 billion estimated in state and local revenue from our industry. We do drill and produce safe environmentally for the people and the environment every day. Thousands of wells. There's 65,000 wells in the state of Colorado. This isn't something that's new. We've been hydraulically fracturing since the 1950s, every day. It's not something that's new. The horizontal well process isn't significantly different than the vertical well process. It's like doing 20 wells at once instead of drilling 20 different wells. It actually uses a lot less water overall than doing 20 individual wells. It uses a lot less ground surface, area that gets tore up and stuff. It's in general, it's a much better practice for everyone than just ourselves. And so some of the things that I want to talk about is right now, Colorado is recognized as one of the most rigorous states for regulatory compliance of the oil and gas. And so the question I have is, what is the perceived problem with the state regulatory stuff? A lot of people have talked about that the city isn't represented. Well, there is a process of that, of the local government designee. And have we embraced that? Have we tried to use that as part of our thing? Have we said, we've tried it and it doesn't work and that's not going to work for us and that's why we're doing this? They're supposed to be very involved. The cities are supposed to be very involved with the permitting process. Are we using those steps? The other thing I hear a lot of is that we don't, the state doesn't have the resources to go out and do all the things that the regulatory bodies are asking. And so my question is are we saying that that's a failed side of our government and the fix is more government? That we're just going to put another government Band-Aid on a government function that we're not doing? Or should we take the resources that we're planning to commit to setting up our own regulatory body and just use those to support the state? Set up our own inspection stuff like they're doing in Gunnison County. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Pam Roberts.
Hello, I'm Pam Roberts, 1000 Katy Lane. I'm not as prepared as most everybody in this room, but I'm going to say my part. I'm definitely against fracking. To me, I think we're hearing a lot of conflicting information, and I think bottom line is sounds like there needs to be more time. So I support the idea of this moratorium. If that can stay in place, it sounds like that would be a really good solution to at least get a lot more research done. What I don't really understand is I feel like, is there a shortage of natural gas? I don't think I know that much about it, but do we really need this? Is this something that is really needed by our community? And what really is the benefit that this is bringing? And what's the trade-off in our health? So I know there are tax benefits and jobs, but our health is so much more important. And again, it's conflicting information. I heard a lot about chemicals, been really listening to everybody tonight. people who are proponents of doing it and saying that it's not that dangerous, but it's going to take so long for us to really see the results of these things. Cancer is something that develops in people's bodies over decades. I mean, it really takes a long time in people's bodies. So I feel like health-wise, it's such a gamble for our health. And I just don't feel like that's fair. I don't know how this process works too, but I'm wondering too if there's some way that the residents can vote on this. Does it have to be something that just the council votes on, or is there some way to bring this to the citizens and let everybody vote on it? Rather than, I mean, trust you guys, I want to trust you guys, but I'd like to see if we can all really voice an opinion. I'm wondering, I was really interested in what some people had to say about Erie and the results. I think that maybe if we could all take a field trip to Erie or to some of these communities that we're hearing about, we might get some firsthand experience in really learning what's happening in other communities that are involved with fracking. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that ends our... Art, did I miss you? Yeah, you were on there. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you were there. I apologize. Yes, go ahead. Chris Porzuchek.
Thank you. Chris Porzuchek, 12624, Weld County Road 1, here in Longmont, here to talk about oil and gas. One of the things that I keep hearing, I was at the meeting last night, also from the COGCC, and the irony of it all is what we're hearing from the CDPHE and from the COGCC is that they're not funded. Yet I'm hearing gentlemen here talk about $1.1 billion of revenue. Can you tell me why we're not funding this? Why are we not funding studies? Why aren't we protecting our citizens? $1.1 billion, and you can't throw a little bit of money to protect the citizens. There's some irony here. Where's the money going? Why do I have to put my life in jeopardy, my child's life in jeopardy, to not know because we don't have studies, because you don't want to fund it? And I say you, meaning the industry. And what I'm going to ask of my city council is to, when you're sitting down and talking with COGCC, and the local designee is sitting down and talking to these people, why is there no funding? There is a pushback from the people. This is $1 billion industry you're bringing in our backyards. So please fund it. I am going to volunteer myself as a case study. I would love for this to be funded. Please pass that along as a local government designee, that I am willing to be the case study. We need to learn more about this. I can't sell my house because we're getting reviews that say it's a risky investment, which means I may be stuck there. So please help me protect my family industry. That's what I'm asking of you. Work together with me. Work together with the citizens. So please, when you're talking to these people on the state level, our state legislators, our commissions that are in place, we're not looking for more government. We're looking for our government to fund the people that are already in place that are supposed to be protecting us, because they're not protecting us because there is no funding. It's just really as simple as that, because that's all I heard last night. There's no funding, and all I'm hearing today is about how we're creating jobs and we're making lots of money. Well, let's protect ourselves. It's really all I'd like to say, and I am volunteering, so I've got children. We'd love to be the guinea pigs since we're already there. Let's find out a little bit more about this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and I apologize profusely for missing your name. I guess that ends our first call of public invited to be heard.
Mayor, your next item on the agenda are your second reading ordinances. First one is ordinance 2012-21, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2012, and Teresa Malloy has a short presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and City Council. Teresa Malloy, the city's budget manager, and I wanted to take just a brief moment to update you on this ordinance because this is a very large appropriation. One of the larger ones that you'll see in terms of an additional appropriation. It is a total of $49 million, and of that $49 million, $47.4 million of that is carryover or reappropriation of items previously approved by council. The remaining $1.6 million is for CIP amendments, of which there is a companion ordinance, 8B. And of that, on that CIP amendment is a total of $1 million, and of that, $800,000 of that is for an airport grant for the airport CIP project. So the remaining $600,000 of the appropriation is for various other things. This is new dollars. Some of it is grants, donations. Some of it is from fund balance from the various funds throughout the city. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of those if you have questions. We also have lots of staff members here as well, if you have more detailed questions than what I can answer for you.
Well, I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you. Is there anybody like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. I move ordinance 2012-21.
All right, let's vote. Passes 7-0.
Your next item is ordinance 2012-22, public hearing, second reading of a bill for an ordinance amending the 2012-2016 capital improvement program. I believe Teresa just talked about that.
Yes. Can we have, is there anybody, there's someone signed up, would anybody like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Levison.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move ordinance 2012-22 for approval.
All right, let's vote. Wait. Councilmember.
I guess I just wanted to express my concern. I mean, only since, I mean, we're talking about the airport improvements, et cetera. I am concerned that if our tenants sent out bumper stickers to intentionally cause problems, I'd like somebody to look into it. I think it's wholly inappropriate. I think it's bad form, and I'd like to know who did it and why. And it upsets me.
Oh. Okay, it passes. Oh, Alex, you didn't vote. All right, that passes 7-0.
Item 8C is ordinance 2012-23, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance approving the land use amendment to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan for the Eagle View at Sandstone neighborhood, generally located east of County Line Road and south of Slayton Drive. And there is no staff presentation on this one.
All right. Are there any questions from council member before I open for public hearing? Seeing none, I'll open public hearing on this item. All right, since no one's speaking, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any additional discussion? Councilmember Samori.
I would move ordinance 2012-23.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Your next item is ordinance 2012-24, public hearing and second reading of a bill for an ordinance repealing section 15.05.090 of the Longmont Municipal Code on landscape regulations. There is no staff presentation on this, but
All right, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody like to speak on this issue? Seeing Councilmember Santos.
Maybe close the public.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. I would move ordinance 2012-24.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Passes 7-0.
okay. The next is your consent agenda. The first item is ordinance 2012-25, a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 15.04, 15.05, 15.07, 15.10, and Appendix B of Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding oil and gas well operations and facilities. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for May 22nd. Ordinance 9B is ordinances 2012-26 through 29. The first one is 26, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Airport Hangar Parcel H14A, the premises, to Robert F. Tennant. Ordinance 2012-27 is a hangar lease for parcel H14D, the premises, to Doug Jackson, the tenant. Ordinance 2012-28 is another ordinance authorizing a lease of the Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar H14E, the premises, to Rick Basselier. And the last one, 2012-29, is a bill authorizing the lease of the Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar for H14G to Peter Krieger. Ordinance 2012-30 is a bill for an ordinance amending Ordinance 2004-47, removing the condition to the Hover Crossing rezoning. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for May 22nd, 2012. Item 9D is Resolution 2012-30, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving intergovernmental agreement between the city and Boulder County for its Youth Corps program. Item 9E is our Resolution 2012-31, a resolution of the City of Longmont establishing fee for cash in lieu of water rights transfer. Item 9F is Resolution 2012-32. It's approving the development agreement between the City of Longmont, the Longmont Downtown Development Authority, and Longs Peak and Maine LLC. Item 9G is approve and authorize the mayor to sign an agreement and temporary construction easement for the Veterans Memorial at Roosevelt Park. Item 9H is approve and authorize the mayor to sign a letter to Governor Hickenlooper supporting the Windy Gap Firming Project, Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. Item 9I is approve and authorize the mayor to sign the Second Amendment to the Public Improvement Agreement for Hover Crossing second filing. 9J is approve the City of Longmont 2012 Water Supply and Drought Management Plan. Item 9K is approve the City of Longmont's participation in the South Platte Water Related Activities Program, also known as SRAP. Item 9L is support Senate Bill 12-165 concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and making appropriations in connection therewith. And item 9M is the one we added at the first of the agenda, which is ordinance 2012-31, a bill for an ordinance amending section 4.10.070 of the Longmont Municipal Code on special districts. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for May 22nd. And staff would like to pull item 9G.
Are there any other items the council would like to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Levison.
Mayor, I'd like to move the consent agenda and for approval.
Second.
All right.
That was 9G.
Councilmember Bagley.
Before I say anything, I just want to question on number H and K. I'm not going to pull them off unless Mr. Rodemaker wants the opportunity to address some of the concerns that some people mentioned. No? Okay, we're good then.
Councilmember Witt.
I would like to pull off A.
Okay. Sarah?
Huh?
You pulled out the first one, so I guess we need to. Yeah. All right. Councilmember Witt.
I would like to amend the motion to remove A from our consent agenda.
All right, that's been moved and second. Shall we vote on the amendment? Okay. Okay, it passes 6-1 with Councilmember Levison voting against. Yeah, now let's vote on the consent agenda, which is, could you read that back, Valerie?
The motion was to approve the consent agenda, and now with the amendment, it would be minus
Minus-
item 9A.
And G.
Right. That wasn't the motion.
Oh.
Staff was pulled.
Okay.
Yeah. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you. It was asked to remove G. So a motion was made to add item A. That was passed. So now it's to approve the consent agenda with A and G removed. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure.
That's my understanding.
Okay, because
Okay.
the original motion was amended, so that is
Right.
correct.
So it's consent agenda minus G and A. Okay, shall we vote? Passes 7-0.
First pulled item was item 9A, which is the oil and gas regulations.
Councilmember Levison?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move this item for adoption, ordinance 2012-25.
I'll second it. Councilmember Witt?
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss this just a bit. Now, I know that we all have been working on this for a really long time, and I have a dramatic confession to make. I feel as if I made decisions based on political necessity rather than what I think is what is best for the city of Longmont. And what I feel is the best for the city of Longmont is to support the concepts that we have drawn up as council and staff, but I would like to change the way that we're going to do it. And I would like to see us, the things that are giving COGCC and COGA heartburn, I would like to take them at their word and take them through the local designee process. Then we will have met full faith that if this is really a real option, I want to investigate that prior to putting something into our regulations, which we know will absolutely cause trouble. Now, I think that what our community has said is that we have real concerns about health and safety of our community, and I am not going to disregard that. But I want the opportunity to try the other tools that we already have available. I think we skipped right over the tools that we had in our toolbox and jumped immediately to the sledgehammer. So I think the most important thing that we're going to do is work out a memorandum of understanding with operators here in our city, so that I don't want to compromise our opportunity to do that by enacting some what I think are good and innovative ideas. But if it's going to compromise our ability to work out memorandums of understanding, I think it's a bad idea. But as I said, I have participated in this process the whole way. I applaud the creative ways in which staff has looked at this and tried to come up with ways that we can protect our community. And I want to honor that, but I think that we need to try the local designee process first. And if that doesn't work, then we go to the sledgehammer. So that's my feeling.
Councilmember Finley.
I have some questions as well. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I had a lot of questions, and I talked to Eugene over the weekend, but more came up, and I wasn't able to get a hold of him. And in other jurisdictions, Eugene, where they've received a letter similar to the one we got from the Attorney General, what did those other communities do?
Mayor and Councilmember Finley, Eugene Ney, City Attorney. Most of the other communities reevaluated their approach to regulation of oil and gas industries. El Paso County went forth and adopted a significantly reduced version of their regulations, preserving their water quality monitoring section, which garnered more letters from the AG and eventually led to the current negotiations for an IGA on water quality monitoring.
Okay. Also, in the letter from the Attorney General, it talks about, let me just read this here. The city can accomplish its objectives through the local government designee program, and then it goes on to say the COGCC encourages the city to consider whether a memorandum of understanding or intergovernmental agreement would be beneficial. Have we pursued those avenues?
We have had preliminary discussions with the COGCC regarding an IGA for local inspections. It's staff opinions that the water quality monitoring IGA that El Paso County is working on is not protective of the community and has not pursued that avenue.
And could we accomplish our recommended standards through use of a memorandum of agreement with the operators?
That is up to the operators to agree, mutually agree to the terms of a memorandum of understanding, or currently we're working with Top Operating on a surface use agreement. Those negotiations are ongoing, so our experience is currently evolving.
Okay. But we haven't tried to do a memorandum of understanding with the COGCC.
We have had preliminary discussions on the local inspection. They term it as an IGA. I think it's relatively the same thing. We have also reached out to a broader operator group, have not had much of a response or interest in beginning those discussions.
Is it your opinion that, as written, this ordinance as written would result in us having to go to court?
That's not up to me.
Is that your opinion?
My opinion is the items that are in the ordinance are within local jurisdiction to regulate, and therefore are aligned with the current case law on preemption.
Okay, so the issues that the Attorney General brought up are not a concern to you?
They certainly are a concern. You get a letter like that from the Attorney General's office, certainly catches an attorney's attention, but I've had numerous conversations with Assistant Attorney General Jake Matter. We choose to agree to disagree on certain items. I have what I think are legitimate arguments why they are within local jurisdiction, and he has counter arguments.
In that Attorney General's letter, have we changed anything in our draft regulations to make them more compliant with these issues?
Yes, we have, and I am items F, G, and H. We made the changes as suggested by the AG's office on the hazardous materials, the designated outside activity areas, and berm inspections.
Okay, but the other issues the Attorney General has, you don't feel are would warrant a trip to court?
That's not up to me to decide. I think those are legitimate areas for a local jurisdiction to regulate in.
All right. The other problem that I had is with the ordinance itself and the preamble, and I've talked to you and others about it. For example, it references the recent NOAA study, or the NOAA thing in Erie. The city of Erie hired a company that did a report, the Quality Environmental Professional Associates, did a scientific analysis and health impact of propane levels in ambient air data for Erie, Colorado. In that study, which was done in February of this year, it states that the small seasonal sampling period and limited data set that was used is not adequate to assess conditions. The data is wind direction dependent and not accounted for. Data is qualitatively but not statistically reviewed, which limits the author's ability to draw appropriate conclusions. The emissions inventory does not directly reflect air data. The data as presented are limited and not reliable in terms of the source of the VOCs. And it's quite lengthy, and I could read it all, but I have a problem with referencing something that is bad science. And I can't vote for this because of that reason. I would have to remove all of those references to studies that I have all these things, and I'm not an attorney, and I found all these things that say these things are not good science. I have a problem with that being in our ordinance. So I would remove it. What I would do, I am litigation adverse. I haven't made that a secret. Colorado has the most stringent rules for oil and gas. They're not perfect. They haven't worked with our rider well. No one can deny that. But I think we need to look at a memorandum of understanding with the COGCC. We need to look at the local government designee process. We need to look at the memorandums of agreement with TOP and any other operator that might come to our community. And if we're inundated with oil and gas development, like Erie was, we need to look at additional resources to monitor and enforce the state rules for COGCC. I can't vote for this as it is, which is too bad because I really wanted to, but with those things in it, I cannot. I would move to remove that portion of the ordinance.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you. And I just want to remind people that Erie is known as the town that trash built. So I don't think that's in common memory that a lot of that land is on top. It was a trash heap at one time. So how do you separate out what is residual from being a trash dump and what is from oil and gas drilling? I really feel that we may have gotten off on the wrong foot with this. I think that we are listening to our constituents. We're listening to people who are concerned. They're worried about their health, their children's health. I have a kid who has lung issues, and so I definitely am very sensitive to that. But in our concern and our rush to get something really strong, I think that we might be actually setting ourselves back instead of being able to move forward. I think that the opposition will be very, very strong, and we will not be able to accomplish what we want to accomplish. And I think that if we go through this process, as is suggested, these various processes, I think we have a better chance to get what we need for our community. And that's why I think that I like what we have for our regs, but I think that we need to go after it in a different way. So that's my plug.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Oh, where to begin? Where to begin? I had similar thoughts to Councilmember Witt, but from a different angle. I sat here, and the only people that I consider my political allies were the people asking me to permit fracking. Jill Champion is a good friend, fellow Republican. I see allies here in the oil and gas industry. The hard decision for me is to vote for the regulations. That's what the opposite of my political life is telling me. Bail on the regs. But the problem is I don't think that's what's best for Longmont. And I had the opportunity again, and all the players right now are in the room. We have our local government designee, we have the local operators, we have KOGA, their consultant, we have the city staff, city council, we're all here. So let me share my concerns and then end with what I expect or what I would hope would happen. I will trust this, Tisha Schuler, she's here. I trust her. As I told her, I don't trust her successor. I don't trust other people in the industry. If she were the CEO of all the operators, I would get behind her and I'd say, let's go for it. Lead. We trust you. But that's not the case. When the state says that we aren't required to accept 52 well bores on a site, when the state says that they will not drill 150 feet or 350 feet from a home, when the state says that they won't allow 2 months of noise, lights, etc., invading our residences, when the state says that they'll hire more inspectors, then I will start listening to the state. I had the opportunity to sit in a room with the industry for 2 months, every Thursday, Oil and Gas Thursday. I asked Stan Dempsey, so you accept the MOUs? He flat out told me no. We've had one. Industry still undecided. MOUs are a fallacy. The Oil and Gas Task Force did nothing. There's no teeth. We might be able to inspect if the state gives us permission. We can't enforce. And they can still take away the inspection authority anytime they want. It's not tough for me. I think what's best for Longmont, the only thing the regs are really saying is don't drill in residential zones. Everything else is pretty much, well, if you're willing to do this, we'll cut you some slack and you don't have to go through the public process. Really what our regs are saying is we're taking a stand saying it doesn't belong where we live. And I'm not listening to all the people necessarily who say, oh, we're going to die of cancer. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying industrial activity in general doesn't belong next to homes. I don't care if it's a fracking well. I don't care if it's a, nuclear power plant. I don't care. It just doesn't commingle well with people. So that's where I'm coming from. The jury's still out. I accept reality. The state's the boss. They can preempt a whole lot of stuff. But the legal reality is, I think, we'll probably be sued, but I think we'll win. I do. Because our home rule authority and the city's ability to regulate zoning and what we permit in and around our city, we have that power. And so at the end of the day, the preamble, I can see your concerns, Councilmember Finley, and I can hear the attorney's arguments. As an attorney, I have yet to ever hear a preamble mentioned in a court case. You go back in the history of the world, and judges don't care. And so I'm willing to vote with or without the preamble, whatever gets the votes, you know. So as for me, I'm going to vote for the ordinance as written, flaws and all, because at the end of the day, I don't think oil and gas, fracking, industrial activity in general belongs next to our home and schools. Now, that said, that's where I stand. What I hope sincerely happens between now and June, we pass our regs, and we say, okay, don't drill where we live. City works with top operating, and they allow them to drill where they need to drill to acquire and get to their minerals. In the questionable areas, like next to the Ryder well, or where they can't drill. Anyway, I just hope we'd horse trade with them to give them what they need and what they want economically to make them whole, to get them to compromise. And I think at the end, our local operators will be getting their minerals. The people who go to school and live in our city won't have to be subjected to fracking. Everybody wins. And I think that's the only solution. I've said it before. It's not rocket science. You've got two people making claim to the same property. They're occupying the same space. And I see no way out of this other than compromise. And I think that compromise starts with the regs. And we just say we don't want it near our homes. Other than that, sky's the limit for the drillers. We can horse trade. So, not a politically popular thing to do from where I'm sitting, but I think it's the right decision.
Councilmember Levison.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to reference some near-term history. In December, we, put in a moratorium, and we said, go forth, write some regs, and we did a little extension, and now we're at this impasse where, we've done all we can, and when we started down this path, the other tools had not come forward yet, and we knew that they weren't coming forward in any kind of time frame that we could say we shouldn't work in parallel universes on a lot of things at once. And so we gave the staff a charge to go and do things, and what we're presented with tonight, including the preamble, is some pretty darn good lawyering from, a good attorney who's given us good advice so far, and I do not see that these regulations disable us from continuing to operate in parallel with the MOU process and the local government designee process. Just like any of our land use regulations, when we have, for example, the landscape regulations, we have a list of these are the kind of trees and plants we want. And we don't negotiate with every developer what trees and plants we want. We have this base regulation. Everybody has that and knows that as our standard. And then we have conversations from there. Staff does that. So I think that these regulations are in keeping with what we have in other areas of the city. And, I think that at the point we are right now, to do nothing tonight and to say we're going to start pulling things out, this is a package. And I am comfortable with having information in the preamble, even if I may not totally agree with it. It's there for a reason that has been explained to us individually, and I'm comfortable with it. And I think that this is, at this point, the best we can do in the time framework that we've put on ourselves. We're the ones who said, get it done by March, and we're the ones who said, get it done by June. So our alternative now is, if we want to preserve and pursue some of these other avenues, then we're going to have to extend the moratorium. But I've heard that from council members, they don't want to extend the moratorium any further. Absent any regulation and no moratorium, then there is no reason for anybody to negotiate with an MOU or a local government designee process. We have no other alternative to back us up. And I think that we need something in place. And just like with any other regulation, things may change over time, and we certainly have an opportunity to tweak something once we have something in place. So again, I'm going to vote for it, made the motion for it, and then I think that this will engage in conversation other people that we want to talk to. It's not going to disable us from talking to people.
I guess I'm going to step in here. First off, I'd like to thank Councilmember Bagley for giving up quite a bit of his life every Thursday for the last 2 months and getting himself educated and the rest of us educated. All the things that I've read, I quickly became more concerned about the air pollution, which, in a double-blind study, it's never been proven absolutely 100%, but it's kind of like back when we watched the tobacco hearings when the CEOs, were claiming that tobacco did not cause cancer when memos in their own files showed that they didn't even believe that themselves. But the best we can do, and I agree with Brian, is to try to, our council member Bagley, excuse me, to try to negotiate reasonably with, the one operator we're dealing with this top. And I think we can all play together and make them whole financially and get them away from our schools and I think that's the best option on the plate. And I think that that's the option that we're pursuing. And I'm going to support passing our regulation and not, wanting to change it. I think the preamble in or out is not a big deal. I think there was a good reason for it in, and it doesn't really change anything in the regs. So that's my 2 cents. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I don't have any problem with the regulations either. I have the problem with the ordinance. And I do think the regulations could be tweaked a little bit so as not to poke the oil and gas industry in the eye. That's all I was trying to say. I don't think it makes any sense to spend money for lawsuits when we could spend that money monitoring our air and water. I'd much rather spend that money on monitoring our air and water than in court. I just am litigation adverse. I don't think it's a good use of tax money. I don't think that it buys us anything. I think if we can work out these other issues with our memorandum of agreements with our operators, we get everything we want, and it doesn't cost the taxpayers a dime.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you. And I want everybody to understand that although we have disagreements amongst ourselves about the process by which we protect our community, we are all committed to doing that, and just different processes. And I know that I will be voted down on this, and that's okay. But the argument needs to be made, so that is why I'm making it, that there's another path that we could go. We could get the things done that we want to get done, and we could, and if we went the path of memorandums of understanding, working with the COGCC, with local designee, if we do everything that is recommended to us, and then that does not work, and we are not able to protect the health and safety of our community, then we take more strident steps to ensure the health and safety of our community. But we haven't tried those yet. We are very new to oil and gas, and we haven't developed relationships with the oil and gas industry. So that's another area that we need to do a better job. But I think that the vision that I have for our state would be that, yes, we do have regulations that cover the whole state, but I really believe that the state needs to move towards having a population density overlay so that communities like ours, we have higher setbacks. We have automatically. So operators don't have to negotiate with each of these communities. They already know that your setback is going to be 1,000 feet, or you must have closed loop, you may not have injection wells. And I think that what we have proposed here is going to be the model for what we need as a municipal overlay in this state. So I just want to say that thank you, council members, for humoring me. The argument needs to be made that there is a separate way to accomplish the same goal.
Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess from my perspective, we gave direction to staff. They've been working very hard at it. We've had several meetings to discuss all these, and we've come up with many different options. And all along, we've all been in agreement that we're going to move forward with these regulations. And I see no reason why we have to stop right now on these regulations. We can still pursue simultaneously discussions with the COGCC and COGA and have conversations. We can have the outreach, we can negotiate. So think of this as a bicycle with training wheels, and these are the training wheels. If we don't need them, we'll take them off. But if we need them, they're there and we won't tip over. So I think we can accomplish both. We can pass our regulations and we can negotiate in good faith. And as far as redundancy, coming from the technology industry, we back up everything. So having a little backup doesn't hurt.
Councilmember Santos?
Well, I feel compelled since everyone else spoke. Well, it's very apparent that nobody's happy. That's, to me, is we're doing our job. Yeah. People that are environmentally conscious, ban fracking, they're not happy. Extend the moratorium, they're not happy. I really don't think it was mentioned that we're expediting this. I remember hearing at the very beginning a 6-month moratorium. Then it became add another 6-month moratorium. Oh, follow what Boulder County has to do. I'm not going to kick that can down the road. We have staff that have been working very hard and very tirelessly. Our ninja, Ryan Schumacher, working round the clock, educating himself, staff educating themselves, spending time away from their families to be able to bring us the product that we currently have. Okay. Then we have, now I'm going to go back to the people we're pretty much pissing off. Residents aren't happy with this. Industry's not happy with this. I can understand where industry is saying, well, you're putting more burdensome rules and regulations. Not really. You want to fall back to the state regulations? Go right ahead. Fall back to the state regulations. Now, some things we'll fight you on through the LGD process, like open pits. I personally don't think open pit is a best practice. So, there's also a way that, if you would like to have the administrative pass, you meet all of our recommended ideals. Whether it's negotiating with top operating or whomever, I have no problem with that. If we can work out our disagreements with a surface use agreement or memorandum of understanding or IGA or BFA or BFF, I could care less as long as it gets done. And I've said this from the very beginning, kind of like camping. I feel like I'm repeating myself all the time. Kind of like camping. These companies have purchased mineral rights. Whether we like it or not, they have purchased these rights. They can drill. My hope is that they will do it responsibly, do it environmentally safe, get it done, leave as little of a footprint as you possibly can, and I'm fine. It's never been about money. People have been saying, well, you're just looking at the dollars. This has never been about money. We don't own any of these leases at all. The only thing we might get is a permit fee. So for anyone to say, "Hey, you're gonna make some money on this," currently is wrong. Maybe down the line, when if this council or another council says, "Hey, we're willing to lease our mineral rights," that's another discussion. But that's not the discussion right now. And to try to compare Longmont to Weld County doesn't really fit. Weld County is one of the largest counties in the country. Yes, they have 19,000, 20,000 wells. Yes, they can pay for things debt-free. Good for them. However, to try to make that analogy of Longmont with a town of 87,000 people to, I don't know how large Weld County is, it doesn't really work. Plus, we're on the edge of this Niobrara field. So, again, I see that no one's really happy. And it's unfortunate that we can't make everyone happy. But trying to make the best decisions for this community is what I'm about. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, I don't mind having the conversation. But to continuously say that we've not educated ourselves, that we're being too speedy, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Many, of the 7 of us, we've spent hours and hours researching, studying, and listening.
All right, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. Let's vote.
You want to repeat the motion, Mayor?
The motion is to pass the regulations as written. Okay, it passes 5-2 with Councilmember Witt and Finley dissenting.
Mayor Coombs, the next item that was pulled is item G, which is on the Veterans Memorial at Roosevelt Park, and Kim Sugar is here to answer questions.
Okay.
Make a short presentation.
Hi, Kim Sugar, Natural Resources Manager. I'm here tonight to receive direction on the agreement and temporary construction easement for the proposed Veteran Memorial project that was presented on March 27th. I do have a couple of updates for this project. The first one is that about a week ago, John Kostelnik of the Disabled American Veterans notified staff that the project has a funding gap of about $2,000. So I'm here tonight to receive direction from council on that item as well. And then the second item is that they wanted to let council know that the celebration is being rescheduled to June 9th, and they would like to invite council. So that's all I had.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Levison.
So, can you, I guess I don't understand what's with the situation with the funding gap. Are they asking for something, or they're just informing us they have a funding gap?
They're informing, and they are wanting to know if the city would be interested in filling that gap.
Okay.
Councilmember Samori.
I guess I would have no objection filling that gap. So I'd make a motion that we help them fill the gap. It's a worthwhile cause, and it honors all the people that have served to protect us and our democracy.
I'll second it. Councilmember Levison.
I guess I'm not comfortable with filling the gap tonight like this because when it came to us, we were all, if it's not going to cost us any money, we're going to do the ongoing maintenance, rah. And it was a group coming and saying, we're going to fund this thing. The initial premise was that the community was going to come together. I say maybe we let them have some more time to fill that funding gap. And we're willing to shoulder, some responsibility here. But I would like to give them more time to see if they can't fill that funding gap. Maybe the newspaper could help with an article, and the community could come forward and take ownership of this project as it was presented to it as the veterans taking ownership and making the suggestion and saying, you know, we're not asking for any public funds. And, you know, we may not have it ready by Flag Day, but certainly we could have it ready by Veterans Day or Labor Day or 4th of July, maybe. So my suggestion is that we give it some more time before we jump in and backfill the project.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'm actually going to support Councilmember Samori. Just for example, when El Comité, you know, came for $5,000, you know, certain council members made the same argument. And I think a worthy cause is a worthy cause, and can't give money to everybody. But I think that our Latino community and our veterans are two worthy causes that we should support. So we could always tell people, go back and try to raise some more money. But I think it would be nice to see Old Glory flying on Flag Day, if that's possible.
I guess I'd like to point out on the El Comité project, you know, we gave $5,000, but we got about $20,000 of actual real benefit because it's a city-owned building, and it turned out really nice. It was all that volunteer labor. I mean, it was a great, great project for the city. So we got basically a 4-for-1 return on our money on that project. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. Well, Old Glory is flying right now at Roosevelt Park. We're not talking about flying Old Glory. We're talking about flying the flags of each service. And I'm as big a supporter of all the military services that we have. However, this was brought up to us is that we're going to do this with no more, you know, all we're going to take care of, as Councilmember Levison said, the ongoing cost, the ongoing maintenance of the electricity, the lawn keep, and eventual replacement of flags. So I would rather have them extend it out to see if they can raise the additional funding. Again, we always have a lot of people coming and asking us for money. And we're not even in June. We're in May. You know, if Scott can do a story, then, you know, great. If the Times Call is willing to pick it up and see if they can close that funding gap, great. We committed to doing the ongoing maintenance and electricity, and this has nothing. You know, again, I support our veterans through and through. And when somebody tells me they're going to do something, you know, I kind of hold them to that. If it comes to the point where they're you know, close, that, you know, that they just can't reach, you know, go over the hump, you know, then let's have that discussion. But I know they want to make it to Flag Day, but if we have to push it out to Veterans Day, I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Samori.
Okay. How much money have we given away this year to people that have come and asked on the spot? Well, I mean, when El Comité, when they came and asked? That was last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so we hardly have given any money away this year. And how much do we have in our general fund? Well, council contingency.
Yeah.
Look, it's 11 o'clock.
60,000 in council contingency.
Okay, so if we give away 2,000, it's not going to really hurt us, and it is a worthy cause. You know, delaying it, I don't think is right. I would urge that we just do what we should be doing for our veterans.
Councilmember Levison.
So I want to make it clear, I am not against this project. I am not against veterans. My brother served 30 years in the Army, beginning of the time he was an ROTC cadet, or maybe officer when he was in college. It is that, you know, we all jumped on board because they said, we'll do the fundraising. They had a compressed time for the fundraising. They said, we're going to get it done. And, you know, they're short on a compressed schedule that they had, you know, proposed to us. We've done everything that we can. And I just think that we give them a little bit more time. You know, maybe all of us want to write a little check or give them $20 or whatever to, and, you know, we do have a flag flying, and I understand it's important. It was important for them to honor all the branches of military service this way, but this was their idea that we accepted, that it was going to be their gift to the city to provide this first level of resource, and we were going to take on forevermore the maintenance of everything. And I think let's just give them a little extra time and see if the community doesn't come forward on this. And as we saw with the ice skating rink years ago, the community came forward. They raised a lot of money very quickly, and they met their goals, and they did volunteer efforts to get the ice rink up and running. And you know, they did it, and we're pretty aggressive about it. I just really think that we give them more time. And again, Flag Day is great, but we do have other opportunities. And certainly Veterans Day might be a very, very good time to dedicate it with the parade and honoring veterans and all the different branches of military service on that day.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. Yeah, this has nothing to do with, again, doing the right thing is probably not a great choice of words, because, again, I support our veterans. Both my grandfathers were both in World War II. I've had an uncle serve in Afghanistan during this current conflict. This has nothing to do with that. This has something to, if they were, again, on that compressed time schedule, like Councilmember Levison is saying, we extend it out, let them extend it out to Veterans Day. We need to be, where some folks were adverse to lawsuits. That takes taxpayer dollars. This takes taxpayer dollars too. We need to be responsible with the money we have. If they can raise the funds, great, because we're going to absorb the rest of it. So I would be very cautious to question anyone's patriotism when it comes to our veterans regarding this. This is something they said they could do. And, I'm glad it's funny, so thanks.
Councilmember Samori.
Okay, I'm not questioning anybody's dedication or support of the armed services. And all I'm saying is, let's help them get it done. It's not going to affect us that much if we give them the $2,000. And it can still be open to the public to donate additional funds to their cause, and maybe they can do additional things at that site with the money if they get additional money. So if I used the wrong words, I apologize. I'm not questioning anybody's loyalties or dedication to the armed services. It's just get it done.
Councilmember Witt.
I don't think it financially does us any harm at this point. However, it does set a precedent, and as soon as it gets out that we're just giving out monies, then we're going to have everybody with a pet project coming in here and wanting council contingency funds. So I'm going to have to support Councilmember Levison and Mayor Pro Tem on this.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Something's either very, very wrong or very, very right, and you've got Mayor Pro Tem Santos and Councilmember Levison coming together, leading the charge. I just wanted to point that out. We're going to get out of here on a fracking night before 11. I'm just wondering if this is even happening tonight. It's a dream, just wondering. Pinch me.
Tell you what, I'll match anybody on council's donation up to $25 a piece. So if you all donate $25, I'll match. Tell you what, up to $50. I'll match your donations.
So does this mean you're sort of not supporting the motion, or are we giving them more time, and if they happen to raise more money, then do they reimburse the city?
Yeah.
Maybe we should just vote. But.
So with the yes vote means we're giving him the money. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God. It's tough. All right. It passes with Councilmember Levison and Santos and Witt dissenting.
Mayor Coombs, you still need to vote on the agreement.
Find out.
The disabled American veterans.
All right.
Flagpole on it.
Cost me $50 already.
Mayor Coombs, you still need to vote on the agreement itself.
Okay. That's
He needs to make a
yeah.
motion.
Yeah. Councilmember Witt.
So have we moved to approve that yet?
We've moved to and voted to approve the funding, but now we need to move the motion.
I would like to move that we approve and authorize the mayor to sign an agreement and temporary construction easement for the Veterans Memorial at Roosevelt Park.
Okay.
Councilmember Levison.
So I'm going to move to amend the agreement. Well, we've got to amend the agreement because item number 2 says donors shall bear the total cost of purchasing and erecting the monument.
You're right.
Well, but they don't have it yet.
Fix it. Fix it. I'm not fixing it.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment then. Well, first.
So if we pass this, they have to bear the total cost.
So we've given them money.
But
Okay.
we haven't really given them money. Not yet. They haven't received it. They haven't given it.
Okay.
Mayor and council, if I can make a suggestion, a motion would be to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement, temporary construction, substantially similar to the form presented before council, modifying it to reflect the funding decision of council.
So moved.
All right. All right, let's vote on that. It's in.
Councilmember Witt want to remove that first motion.
I would like to remove the first motion. Thank you.
All right, let's vote on. Okay. That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Levison dissenting.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is general business, Longmont General Improvement District. I will read the resolution if you convene as the Board of Directors.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that we recess as the Longmont City Council and reconvene as the Board of Directors for the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1.
All right, let's vote on that. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Okay, and this item is a resolution LGID 2012-02. It's a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 enacting a supplemental budget and making an additional appropriation for the expenses and liabilities of the district for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2012. Teresa Malloy has a presentation.
Okay, good evening. Again, Teresa Malloy, the city's budget manager, and this resolution adopts, makes an additional appropriation in the amount of $4,356, some of which is carryover, some of which is new dollars. and it will bring the total GID budget to $108,878.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you. I would move that we pass the resolution enacting the supplemental budget and making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities for the district for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2012.
All right, let's vote. Okay, that passes. So, let's see, recess. Okay, so now we have to come out of the recess. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. I would move that we recess as the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 and reconvene as the Longmont City Council.
Second.
All right, let's vote. Passes 7-0. Okay, so I guess we're at final call. Public invited to be heard.
How do I turn it? Oh, it's on. Brian, I promise you'll still be out by 11. This is quick. My name is Bree Irvin, 1907 24th Avenue, and I have to say I had a completely different 3-minute spiel planned, but you guys all really surprised me tonight, and I'm up here to say thank you. I read the fracking regulations that you and your staff worked so hard to put together, and I know that you've all spent months studying the issue, and I know you all lost sleep over it, as have I. And tonight I saw that you are all doing your very best to protect the interests of the city of Longmont, the health and well-being of Longmont citizens, and that you're all really dedicated to doing what's right for everyone involved. The ordinance isn't perfect, but it's a very strong step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Councilmember Santos.
Are we in council and mayor and council comments?
Well, let's close the second public invited to be heard. So now we're in mayor and council comments. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. So, last Friday we got to serve breakfast to a great many of our employees at the senior center. And Harold, did we make the 500?
We got really close to the 500. I believe we served 460, including to-go plates, and 490, including the to-go plates, and folks that actually weren't at work on Friday. Bobby's saying 492, so we got really close to the goal.
Well, I just want to say it was a pleasure. That's always a lot of fun to serve breakfast. Maybe we can do a lunch or something later. So everyone that could, those people that were off on Friday could make it. It's always great seeing people from different departments that we really don't get to interact with. And also like to thank the directors. They were there very early, cooking eggs. Probably not as fast as we would need it, but cooking eggs and sausages and potatoes and what have you. So thank you to everybody, and I look forward to having another light function again.
Councilmember Samora.
Okay, don't get mad at me, but I'm in money giving away mood tonight. So so the young ladies that came up to speak to us about the Viva Delaney fashion show, and they're doing this for the young girl that passed away recently, and they're trying to raise funds for the Cancer or Leukemia Foundation, and I'd like to make a motion that we waive the $50 fee that they requested.
Well, I have a question, though. Can't we just do that through staff, or do we need to do that through this motion process?
Mayor Coombs, I can answer that for you. The use of public places permit fee is in the ordinance. There is no waiver ability for staff through that. It's $50, except if you're not charging anything or taking any donations. And council reviewed the sponsorship policies last year, and one of those policies was if you're taking donations or charging a fee, that you aren't going to waive the fee. But that's certainly your policy, so you can waive that if you want to.
Okay. Councilmember Samori, go ahead. Okay, you're done.
And it was seconded.
All right. Councilmember Finley.
I just want to make comments after this. So.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, let's vote on Alex's. Well, okay. I would fully support that. I mean, basically, Delaney's a next door neighbor. I carried her in my arms when she was. I mean, it was a whole neighborhood deal, and it's, you know, if we don't pass it, I'll pay the $50 myself. But so, I mean, they've been working really hard in this community, and they've sponsored many things for the Cancer Society. They're still working even after they're losing their daughter. They had a big flash mob fundraiser at Children's Hospital that I went to. I mean, it's a great family and a great community, so I hope we support that. So let's go ahead and vote on it. Oh, excuse me. Councilmember Levison.
Yeah, sorry to rain on your parade, but I think that there might be a different way to skin this cat. Isn't the fee waived if the city is in some way a sponsor or supporter of an event?
The fee is waived when the city is the producer of the event.
Just the producer? Well, and the question is that, you know, we could decide that we're, well, risk management's probably, they're rolling over in bed right now. Make the suggestion that, you know, we do support Relay for Life. We do support, no, not financially, but, you know, we do support the process of all these fundraisers and everything. And, you know, again, I think we're in the sticky wicket where, you know, are we going to just decide every week that there's already another good cause, people that we know, they're good people, you know, everywhere in the city that want to do stuff. And so, you know, yeah, Councilmember Santos is donating $20. I don't know how much. I think I have $3 my kids haven't taken from me. So, you know, I don't know. Do we waive the fee? Do we pull it out of council contingencies? But, you know,
I'll donate 30.
We're done.
We're done.
Remove the motion.
Councilmember Samari.
Removed. So now can we make comments?
All right. Now we're to council comments. So, Councilmember Samari.
Okay, so I want to say I really enjoyed dunking the mayor at the Cinco de Mayo. But I cheated. I just walked up and punched the thing. And it was actually his birthday present because several weeks back it was his birthday, but he was out of town, so we couldn't make the announcement. And I was just getting him back for leaving town on his birthday. So I think we need to sing him happy birthday. What is it, 62 times?
No, 60.
Okay. Join me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mayor. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Finley.
As is my custom, I would like to mention a business. This one's not so small. My business of the week this week is going to be Left Hand Brewery. They are located at 1265 Boston, an absolutely excellent purveyor of excellent beer. I even like some of their beer, and I'm not a beer drinker. And I also enjoyed one of my first forays into politics at Pints in Politics. That was always fun. I think we should do that more. And they're good community citizens, and I want you all to go down there and have a pint.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the council members who were out there at Cinco de Mayo. It's nice standing there and giving stuff away. I had an opportunity to work with Councilmember Santos, so, please blow it out of the water that, he and I don't work together. We gave out plenty of stuff together. And talked to lots of people, and I just want to compliment, with very few exceptions, maybe 3 or 4 cigarettes I saw walking by, everybody did respect the alcohol-free, tobacco-free, family-friendly spirit and request of the festival atmosphere. And I also want to compliment the police that were out there, the public safety workers. Someone had a little bit of a health issue. There was a swarm of people ready to help them. Lost children were reunited with their moms and dogs, and just really good service by public employees that day. So compliments to everybody all around, and to council members. One other thing that I would like to bring up is that as you know, am working with the National League of Cities on a couple of policy committees, and that requires some additional travel. And there's some upcoming meetings this summer for the Youth Education and Family Council, and also the policy development meeting for the Finance Administration and Intergovernmental Relations. That's the longest title, I think, of any of the committees for NLC, and I'd like to be able to participate in that. So those of you who may not have used up or will use up your quota of travel money, I'd like to be able to get enough that I can travel to fulfill my obligations on my committee appointment. So just asking for, I guess, do I make a motion to say, I move that you can, okay, fine. I'll let you do it. If you would like to do that, I will defer to my colleague.
Okay. Councilmember Witt.
I move that Sarah Levison is far too valuable to be let out of the city of Longmont. No.
I yield the floor to you.
I believe that I probably have some money that in my travel budget that I would be glad to donate. So I would move that we siphon money off of other people's travel accounts so that Sarah Levison can go and represent our city for National League of Cities.
I'll second it. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Yeah, you can have some of my money too.
All right, let's vote.
Sam, just still from those two.
No. All right, it passes 7-0.
And can I add one other thing? The network, the poverty reduction peer network that I've gotten looped into from the YEF Council is maybe interested in our city presenting on a webinar national call about our RISE program, our anti-poverty program. So I think we have an opportunity to present something to other city leaders.
I guess I'm going to weigh in here now. First, I'd like to really thank Eugene and his staff for all their hard work in developing these regs, and also the Brian Shoemaker and everybody else that was involved that worked so hard. I really appreciate everybody's hard work. This was a tough row to get this done, and so anyway, thanks. The other thing I'd like to mention is that once Councilmember Santos gets his arm warmed up, he's quite deadly when I'm on the dunk tank. I think he hit like 5 in a row. So.
Got you 9 times.
Yeah, 9 times total. But anyway, city attorney, or first city manager, any comments?
Mayor, Council, I'd like to use this opportunity to thank you for your support in the Employee Appreciation Breakfast, and also take this opportunity to thank the employees that attended. Early on, we asked how many employees normally attend, and they said 270, 300, and so I said I would like to see 500 at this event, and we got really close. And I think it's important as far as building how we work together on a regular basis. So I really appreciate your support and the support of the employees in doing the best that we could to reach that 500 number. So thank you.
City Attorney, any remarks?
No remarks, Mayor.
All right. This meeting is adjourned.
Right on time. Oh, 11:04. I was going to joke.
No.